We're the ring that we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on now. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Try you're praying now you're predator. The voice is called for blood. Who are we not to listen? Who are we not to listen? Who are we not to listen? Turning their whole world into dust and ash. Will bleed their whole world dry. Down to the last one. Show them who we are. None of their lies will remain. Dark clouds move closer, burnt with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light waiting on Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright. 'Cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light.
metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
变革轰然来袭。峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Good morning, evening, afternoon, or just LPL time. It's you all out there. My name's Nightmare. Joined by Lunchables today for the LPL and a couple of wonderful series. We are getting around to our second round robin for today's kind of games. We're getting into rematches today. I'm really excited to see some of these matchups again, Joe. What about you?
Absolutely. I mean, full-on rematch today. Great intro, by the way, Nightmare. We thought we'd mix things up a little bit
like 30
today.
seconds. We're like, hey, do you want to bring it as in? I'm like, sure.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Give it a go, right? Give it a go. Yeah, we had these matchups 4 days ago. These teams have had 3 days of watching the LPL, and now they just go back into the same matchup again. RA versus LNG, OMG versus Top Esports. This is going to be an interesting day. One big headline is this is going to be a little bit chaotic when we get into our games today.
Yeah, when we saw these matchups just again a few days ago, they were bangers. We got some really good results out of them, but we have to look at yesterday's results before we get to today's mess as well. That was a bit more of a clean affair. I really think that EDG is starting to shake off the struggles of spring.
Yeah, it does feel like EDG are starting to come into their own a bit, and that's exciting because, you know, we all saw what happened in spring. It feels good to see a bit of life in that team and that organization, I suppose. Once again, Ala in shambles that they're winning without him. JDG though as well, 2-0 over FPX. FPX looking pretty lackluster compared to what we saw in spring.
Yeah, and so we have to keep tracking this now because we're getting around to the point where teams get to play each other again, and that comes around to today's results as well. As we said, we have seen these matchups before. RA beat LNG the last time out. Top Esports kind of dismantled OMG despite some good team fights from them too, but today, you know, it was very recent history, absolutely every time to mirror those results.
Yeah, RA 2-1 over LNG is the big shocker from the last time around we saw these two matchups, which was, again, only 4 days ago. We'll see if they can repeat that. One thing I will say, LNG had massive leads in 2 of those games, and then sort of threw one away. So we'll have to see how this all goes down. Obviously, we're going to be starting in Group C, and we'll be finishing in Group C as well. It's a whole Group C derby today.
You really baited me there. It's like, we're going to be starting in Group C, and then we will continue with Group C afterwards. But it's getting, you know, particularly for that second place spot, it's pretty hot there. You know, if RA take even a 2-1 victory, evens things up in terms of head-to-head and in terms of game score, and that keeps things really even in that way. Even if RA take a single game, LNG could be in a bit of trouble. So we're getting to the point now where we're starting to see really where that second place spot is going to go to.
Yeah, honestly, when the group started, I thought LNG, Top Esports, they're a shoo-in. They'll just cruise through this one. Apparently, that's not going to be as simple as that. And the people in the way RRA. Let's take a look at the roster that are going to be stepping onto the stage today. I mean, Xiaohao especially grabbing an MVP in that previous series. Like, this is a roster that I don't think many people expected a huge amount from, but really showing up more than a lot of people expected.
Yeah, Roradam, last year or so has just been all ups and downs. They've had brief moments of form, brief moments of star power coming out from individual members, and they're not really managing to kind of translate that into real results over a long period of time throughout a split. They had a great series versus LNG, but for once, I need to see this team do something for more than just 1 or 2 series at a time. They gotta stick to it.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can. I will say as well, Fearless Draft does not lead into being able to stick to something, that's for sure. I bet they can't wait until they're into the main groups. They can go back to normal drafting. Let's take a look at LNG, though, a team kind of the opposite story of RA, where a lot of disappointment. Me and you were just talking about this before the show started. Like, look at the names on this roster. Like, I don't understand how this team is struggling with, like, fundamental macro and team fighting, these things that I have seen all 5 of these players do well in the past. Like, it just doesn't compute.
It confuses me too, Joe, and I'm sure it confuses a lot of people out there. If you would see it again from, you know, this time last year, maybe you didn't catch up too much on Spring, you'd be like, wow, LNG, aren't they really good? They ended up taking JDG to 5 games in the summer finals of 2023, the Golden Road hopefuls of last year. And now you fast forward a year later, and this team, as you said, really struggling to put together basic bits and pieces, and they can't team fight. That's going to be a real concern, because that's what we do here. Yeah. If you can't do that, what are you going to do?
It's not just what the LPL does, it's what LNG were doing last year as well. Like, that 5-game series against JDG you're talking about, that was all late-game team fighting. So where's it gone? I don't know. I feel like I'm hoping that LNG can look back at this series against RA. They'll be able to see there were some pretty clear gaping issues in those games. I'm hoping 3 days will have been enough for them to take a look at some of those issues, and maybe we'll be able to see them kind of coming alive once more. Only time will tell, though. It's you know, slight roster change to the team, but I don't know, it doesn't feel like it should have made this much difference.
It's so weird, because Tarzan, of course, has been way up and down as well in regards to the Scout-Tarzan combination that we had from last year, which was, in my eyes, as a combination, they were the best mid-jungle within the LPL. Now, as individual players, they were contested, obviously, by some other great names. Your Kanavis, your Knights, of course, Shun had some great moments as well. There were some great players around. But splitting of that duo, it feels like some of that magic has been lost for both of those players, because they were so good at getting on the same page, having a plan, and then executing a game plan through it. And I feel like that's just not been the case, and this does leave openings for a team like RA, as we saw just a few days ago, to exploit that kind of lack of a plan now.
Yeah, I do wonder if that is going to continue to improve over the course of this split. Like, with LNG, in that, I believe that it was the first series that they won, it looked like, oh my god, LNG's back, you know, Scout's back on form, like, things were rolling. Like, there were signs of good stuff coming out in the first series or two. And I feel like that, I don't know, it was just a flash in the pan to me. It feels like now they need to prove themselves, but I do wonder, like, Scout and Weiwei as a duo, maybe it's something where they don't mesh that well as people, or their playstyles differ in some fundamental way, because you'd expect by now, like, you're over a half a year of working together, you'd expect that to start to mesh a little bit.
And, you know, they already were messing around with changing supports as well in spring. Of course, that's no longer the case in summer. They had both Mark and they had Hung as well, who was, of course, on the he was the main starting support from last year. Changing that midway through a split, that is going to change some of the ways that you approach jungle support, which is a really important thing. But yeah, I mean, there's just a whole team. I can't really point fingers at any one person, because it just feels like, again, mechanically, the lanes are going fine. And when they actually get onto the picks which they like, yeah, they look like they know how to handle them. But it's just, as a unit, some of that magic and some of that cohesiveness is just not there.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can improve it today. RA, on the other hand, like, definitely taking advantage of that fact in the previous series. Let's see if they can repeat that again. And we have just been told, surprise everyone, we're on 14-11 today. We've changed badges for the
Hang on a
second
second.
round robin. Very exciting.
Right, what that means is we have Shiv buffs, which means that maybe we see Kai'Sa Zeri meta. That's what we've seen from LCK. I'm trying to remember if this is the Corki E-nerf patch. I think Corki's still strong, but maybe we see less lethality, more Triforce from him. That might be 14-12, but I really should have rolled with the patch notes on the other screen. But definitely watch out for Shiv coming back. That item is not a crit item anymore, but it's really good on a handful of marksmen. Feels like it has become, it's unlocked a different set of champions, and that means that even though we talk about the similarities that could play up between this series and the last, there are some changes too. You have to adapt to the new patch.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the players are going to adapt as well, because they will have been playing 14-11 on live server, although that is now 14-12, I believe, or maybe 14-12
Yep.
coming out soon. So I think the players will have been practicing on 14-11 on live server, but we'll see how that affects things. A, because, you know, playing that competitive 5v5 is not the same as playing that in solo queue, and also with Fearless. We'll see if any of these champion buffs and nerfs are going to change anything, but also, I think more importantly, the item changes. You already mentioned Static Shiv. I mean, I know people have seen it on Twitter, but Sivir, very good at clearing waves with Static Shiv. I'm a cutie pie kind of climbing the ladder again, just spamming that Sivir in the mid lane. I've heard Caitlyn with first strike isn't too shabby either, with that Static Shiv to just have perma mid prio.
So, plenty to be kind of talking about with regards to that one. We'll see whether some priorities have changed. We kind of settled into the meta here at the LPL. We were very comfortable with AD mid, AP jungle, someone like Scout playing the Tristana or the Corki. He also picked up the ADTF in mid lane as well. That felt like they'd kind of grasped that part of it. And you can go towards the AP carry junglers, or even just going back towards something like a Maokai was fine. But typically LPLs love Karthus, Brand, Lilia, a bit of Zyra here as well. So if something has changed to alter that equation, we will hopefully see it quite quickly between these teams, so we can update our understanding of these teams' understanding of those champions.
We'll have to see. I mean, Karthus did get a tiny bit of a change. It's not too dramatic, really, just about his Q. Slightly less damage in the early game. Well, slightly, I guess ever so slightly less damage all game, but didn't change the scaling or anything, so it is a very small peak.
So, yeah.
This is one of those things where, as a commentator, I always try and avoid, like, getting too into the live patch and really getting into the notes of the live patch, because I want to be focused on the patch that we're commentating.
Yeah.
That part
what's
only
your
works when I know that the new patch is coming up. It's been sort of sprung on us today, so I'm trying to download 14.11 as fast as I can.
Do you remember? I think it was sometime in spring last year. I think we had a 3-patch change in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
That was a weird day when we just kind of loaded up onto broadcast. There's something like, by the way, it's like, you know, 13.8, not 30.5 anymore or something. I can't remember the numbers exactly, but yeah. Occasionally that just happens, and you gotta wonder what it's like being on the team or as the coaching staff, just, you know, just waiting until, like, the powers that be determine which patch you're being on. That can change a lot.
Yeah, it can change a lot. Do you know, I'm just going to quickly mention singed buffs. Hey, anyone? Any carrier want to be in the support role here today?
You know, I saw a great thread on Reddit the other day. I know it happens sometimes. Which was a question about what champion plays the least like any other champion in League of Legends, and the most popular answer on that was Singed, because that champion is just not normal.
I mean,
I appreciate a good Singed play, but yeah, that champion is just not okay. It's just so weird. I think Yumi's another good question on that too, because you don't even need to move, but I feel like Singed is just so weird in the way that moves across the map that, look, this is the only time we're going to get to talk about Singed, because realistically, never going to get picked, but damn, guy's weird.
Yeah, he's a very, very strange champion. He's one of those champions in solo queue that really can just win games out of people not having any clue how to play against it. It can also just outright lose games because people just saw a YouTube video and then tried it out in their ranked games. And Sin's definitely not one of those champions that you can pull that off on.
I remember there was a point of public discussion about a guy that was winning a load on Smite Singe support, and I believe the response to him was, you might want to play Smite Singe support, but your teammates do not want you to play Smite Singe support. There was a certain level of sass to that, which I aspire to, Joe. I aspire to that.
Yeah, I think we all do deep down. But LNG going to be aspiring to a win today. After, for anyone that's just tuning in that missed our little intro there, these are the same matchups that we had 4 days ago. We're into the second round robin, and we're starting off pretty much where we left off here in Group C. So LNG vs RA to start us off. Last time these two faced 4 days ago, it was RA that came out on top 2-1 in the end, and a lot of that just being the difference in how capable they were in team fights.
This team won a huge game of 3 from about 9,000 gold down around one of the later Dragon fights. And a lot of that just was because I feel like what could come to the fore again in this series, because this isn't something that changes the patch notes, is that LNG just don't know how to deal with flanks. And it came to the point where Xiaoshu on the Jax, it was Vikla on the Yone as well, had a double flanking threat set of solo laners, and that just sent LNG for a loop. So that's what I'm looking for. Alright, give yourself the best shot to rattle LNG with those flanks again.
Let's see if they can find those angles straight off the bat. Vikla slams the LeBlanc. It's instantly answered with a set of Nautilus. We are blasted through the draft here.
Yes, everyone knows their priorities. Scout has been one of the premier LeBlanc players and lets that go over to Vikla, instead trying to pick his own champion against it. They're not going to get themselves one of their easier champions to play, that Twisted Fate. That can help some of the macro worries of LNG because it just is so easy to play. So the question is, what else do you lock in? You've got the Leona. Seems like, again, pretty tier-listy stuff from the side of Rare Atom. It wouldn't surprise me to see a Talia being picked up on 3 from LNG. Maybe RA could pick up their AD carry now just because it would make things easier for the rest of the draft.
One thing to quickly mention as well, as we wait for the third pick here, is that RA and LNG are swapping sides compared to the first time. Still round robin, so this time RA gets side selection to begin the series. So they've gone over to the blue side. So even though it's the same series, you can anticipate that the drafts will be quite different. And so far they are proving to be, with Dway getting that Leona, but both the LeBlanc and the Graves different to what RA brought to the first game last time around.
Now LNG cycling through a whole lot of mid lane. Okay, right, Malzahar. We don't see too much of this. We've seen 1 game of it in the LPL so far, and I'm pretty sure we haven't seen it anywhere else worldwide currently. The last time I remember seeing it, it was a loss. I can't remember the matchup it was in, but it is one of those picks we can eventually just look at LeBlanc and say, nope, you're not moving.
Yeah, I mean, Malzahar, incredibly obnoxious with the new items, with all of the stacking dots that you can go for now, on top of Malignance reducing his ult cooldown as well. It's definitely, Malzahar players right now are eating pretty good. Let's see how Scout does on the pick here against it. Like you say, a pick that you can really punish as that Malzahar. Problem is, LeBlanc can also just one-shot your minions, so your wave clear not quite as good as you want it to be.
And also, so the only other game we've seen of it in Tier 1 play has been RA vs OMG, where Angel tried to play against Vikla, and I remember this game now because RA just sent a load of people in mid lane very early into the game to stop this Malzahar from doing anything. You can see that because of that, RA banning away early skirmishy champions like the Viego. Wouldn't surprise me to see something like Xin Zhao also taken off the table. Something that can run mid and support Malzahar in the early few levels of the game before he starts getting that real lane locking control, where he just kind of pushes for free, never lets you leave lane, and can even start getting some chunks onto you as well.
Yeah, it was, I remember that game too, and it was brutal. It was brutal.
Yep.
Vikla was very happy with how that one went down. He's got the same matchup again. Honestly, I think Vikla will be kind of okay with this one. I think he can maybe just rerun a very similar game plan. We'll see if RA will be able to pull that off. Renekton locked in though for Zika, very safe blind pick top lane.
And it is, and it's, now you have to ask yourself the question of, well, do you just go Skarner into it? Of course, Skarner's a weird pick in the LPL. I think our best players in the league are very happy to blind pick it and just kind of bring it into team fights. Players like Breathe or a couple of the other real big team fight top laners. It feels like it's been falling behind in some individual matchups though, and Zucker with the Renekton, will be able to pull out the Skarner early at least, but then I feel like, of course, Xiaoshu on the Skarner can at least just run at the enemy team very effectively later into the game. With some pretty long-range follow-up, you have Graves, you have Varus, who can both throw their long-range skill shots over. LeBlanc jumping forwards. Feels like a lot of this is just kind of following up on the two big, beefy champions running forwards.
Yeah, I like it though for RA, like straightforward. Why would you not keep it straightforward, right? When the win condition last time was beating them in the team fights. For a fairly straightforward front to back here for RA. On the side of LNG, Wei slams a Karthus to finish this composition off. This has got plenty of scaling on the side of LNG, with Wei on Karthus, with Gala on the center. Plenty of pick potential as well.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good damage there, but the question about LNG has not been about whether they've been drafting damage. It's about how they set up to use said damage. I need to see LNG protect Scout early. Malzahar is very vulnerable in the first stages of the game, and there is a Leona on the other side who could just leave lane for one wave and run mid, see if they can mess around with that Malzahar. I need to see that champion be protected. It's quite hard to do that with a Karthus early on too. He's not a Lee Sin, Xin Sao, Viego, early brawler type. This is going to have to be a concise and effective early game from LNG to stop Rarad and presumably attacking the vulnerability in mid lane early.
Gotta say, the early game is not what I think of for LNG. Typically they are a fairly slow burning team. Let's see how they approach this one, because they are definitely a team that can play towards win conditions. I'm not saying it's impossible, they just typically don't like the early game win conditions historically. So we'll see. The first game of this series last time around started very slow. Things did seem to speed up throughout the rest of the series, so let's see how things pan out today. I've got to say, I'm just loving that we're back to Leona Nautilus. I know a lot of people are probably bored, but I absolutely adore this matchup. I think it just makes the LPL so much more fun.
Well, there were some Gyos in there. Good to hear all of them. They were like, wait, again, some of these teams, like our LNGs, are so slow at starting off games that other teams have memed on them by having their promo image for the games being turtle shells. That's just the thing that we do here. By the way, the promotional posters for LPL are really good. Not many places do that, not many leagues do that, but we have some really good ones crop up every now and again. But I'm just saying, maybe it's bled over to the audience just a little bit for the first game of the day. We'll wake up. We'll get on with it later.
Yeah. One thing I will say as well, we're going to be starting in Suzhou for our first matchup in LNG's arena, so it is possible it's down to like crowd mic levels and all this kind of thing. It does. I don't want to just blame the
when in
the
doubt,
here.
blame the crowd.
Yeah, exactly. It's the text problem. It's the text problem. Here we go though. Starting things off opposite for the junglers. Xiaohao on the top side, Wei on the bottom side, pathing opposite as well. Often we do see lane swaps coming through when we've got these AP junglers, but not going to be the case here for LNG.
Yeah, and I think this is actually okay for either team. I think that RA, they could have potentially benefited by putting Senna into a lane swap, because Senna loses so many souls when you go into lane swaps. But I think they also have strong lanes as well. Varus Leona, strong lane. Again, they want to have as much focus on mid lane as possible. So if Jue can get decoupled from this lane just for one wave to go mid lane, that could be really powerful. Really want to see what, again, Wei Scout, and particularly Hung as well on the well, I guess he's the farming Nautilus, even he can't leave that early. Maybe Sogala then at that point, to see if they can just make sure that Scout isn't left out to dry before he can really fend for himself with the instant wave clear that only really Malzahar gets to do.
Yeah, I'll be looking at Jue specifically, because Xiaohao, I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do as Graves without someone there to set you up. Vickler, not exactly a big setup in laner, unless he can somehow land the chains blind, but he's in blind, you know what I mean. But Jue, if he can roam into that mid lane, he can make things happen, and that's what we saw last time around against OMG. And RA had to play against this Malzahar. See if they can do it again.
We did see a couple of really good Graves games recently. It was Griffith or GLFS on IG that had an awesome Graves game the other day. We know what the champion can do. It's not the easiest champion to play around. I feel like this is why wow, that's a good stun there. I think this is why we see so much Karthus being played, is that he is so much easier to work around. Vikla!
Just solo kill Scout! He's gonna go down to Weiwei in the end, but my goodness, who needs the team to bully when you can just solo kill him?
Well, I mean, Weiwei does end up cleaning up the kill, staying on the map, and we did say he's probably going to attack the Malzahar early before he can fend for himself. Vikla does invest the flash, but gets the kill. Yeah?
Scout died, bought a Dark Seal in the Death Realm before Weiwei finished the kill, got the assist, and got stuck on the Dark Seal. How did he win that engagement? Zika now setting up for Weiwei to move top. Weiwei is just cleaning up the map right now. The skills, dodging the skills, shoot, dodges everything.
Who said Karthus wasn't an early ganking champion? Couldn't quite make that work, and now, of course, the bot lane have to join in the fighting.
Oh boy, Gala's low here. Will survive for now, and the root comes out onto Dre, trading a bit of damage back. Uh-oh. Xiao Hao is waiting in the brush. He's going to go for crop. There's still quite a few minions. It's going to take a while to crash in, and actually, that next wave is going to arrive in time to stop the crash. Does lead to an even bigger crash in a moment. I'm not sure Xiao Hao will be able to stick around.
Also, Gala managed to keep auto-attack uptime in the center really well there. The more you auto-attack, the less your Q cooldown becomes as well. Manages to get 3-4 different Qs through, has plenty of health now, managed to take some away from Assume and Dre. Weiwei is going to see the fact that his bot side is gone at this point. You'll kind of know by kind of association that Grace went through that. I mean, Vikla jumps beyond, doesn't fall back for the silence to hit onto him. That would have been a good bait from Scout, but does invest the flash, does die afterwards. It's a kill compared to assist in the mid lane, and as you rightfully said, you can buy Dark Seal or a Medjai's in the death screen and then get the stacks for it from assists. Scout gets some minor value from that. That's a nice micro win.
So it's a 500 gold lead for Vikla mid, and a 500 gold lead for Weiwei in the jungle. We'll see which one can carry harder. Vikla continuing to put this pressure down in the mid lane. It's good to see. However, Scout almost hitting that level 6 mark, and that is where it starts to become a lot harder for Vikla to trade.
Yeah, we need to see if there's another gank mid. No, he does still have 6 and flash. Hard to do that. But if you get another gank mid and he gives enough gold over to Vikla to get the first item and then go for a luxury QSS kind of ahead of the pace of the game, that's when things get really difficult for LNG, because the Malzahar's value goes quite far down at that point. So you could see that Dre leaving lane, as we said, potentially could happen. That's a risk for LNG that they need to continually track. They only have to miss it once, and then RA can get themselves a good kill in that mid lane and maybe set themselves up for a winning game state.
The double Fated Ashes now in inventories for Weiwei and Scout, and I feel like that's a really good bit of foreshadowing for what's going to go on later. Imagine Scout flashes to combo ult someone, right? You maybe survive, you maybe walk away bleeding, the Leandry's burning, etc. But then Weiwei's laser comes down from the sky, more burns, more dots applied. It's going to be hard to survive the onslaught damage. However, Drake coming up, Xiao Hao trying to finish the crab, but look at this, 4v3, and Hung has a free hook here whenever he wants it. Forces a flash first. He just didn't throw the hook. Yeah. Was it on cooldown?
I think what he was trying to do was wait until the Eclipse wore off from Leona, so she didn't have all the tank stats. But waits a bit too long, and now Scout, you can't get caught out like this.
I mean, this is disastrous. Forced to flash there. At least didn't use that flash in the previous play. So, will survive. Hung gets dodged by Choi and Assume. And now the counter engage. Scout still the target. He goes down. Not a good game on the Malzahar.
And he's just used the flash, used the ult while dying as well, and couldn't get any return damage. And what did we say? Just one more kill onto the Malzahar, and that's going to give Vikla the extra gold to get to probably a first item Ludens, and then go towards the QSS very quickly after that point. If he gets to the point where he's like 1,000+ gold ahead of the Malzahar, he will be at the same gold as Scout in terms of the combat items, and then still have the defensive item on top of that, because that's what, 1,300 gold? On the other side of that too. This is awful news from LNG. And this is one of the big issues we've had about LNG. There are quite obvious things which could go wrong in the game, like, oh, maybe you'll get lane swapped on in this really bad game, like happened in the last time they faced RA. And in this game, the obvious loss condition is, what happens if Scout dies too many times and the LeBlanc gets a load of gold? The fact that they haven't realized and prepared for this, and the fact that he was pathing that way back towards mid lane and still died, that's a really bad sign.
It doesn't feel like this is a heavily practiced pick for Scout, does it? But here we go. Good, just combo. Vikler gets the chains.
Yeah.
Obviously forces the flash, but then it's this part that is suspect to me. The Scout just sort of stayed. Like,
I don't know whether he thought that his team was waiting for another play and he wanted to sit around in the back for an ult, but yeah, he probably should have just tried to run back through his own jungle. I think maybe Xiaohao could have caught him anyway, but I think he would have had a better chance of surviving. It's just, yeah, a bit directionless. He shouldn't have retreated that way back to mid lane even at the start of that play, and it's put his team into a bit of an awkward position. You know, the gold is even enough. You have a lead on top side for Zucker, but at the end of the day, he's on a Redacted, not the most useful champion compared to the Skarner when it comes to team fights later. Yes, can bully out, can be an assassin too in some points, but it does feel like LNG can't be giving the gold over in the places that they've done so far.
yeah, really tough look to start off with here for LNG. Weiwei wants to change that though. He got 1 kill already. Xiaoshu was able to dodge his Skittles last time around. See if he can pull it off again. Remember, he can get... Oh, he saw him. He saw Weiwei. The stun comes in. Dominus there as well. And look at this damage available. Remember, he still has all... Oh, no, Gonzaga's going to go down. Weiwei had all. He didn't have to dive this.
Oh, now Weiwei's going to get forced to flash maybe? He might even just die.
Vikler's just cleaning it up. This is just a bit of a disaster. The ult's coming out, though. Gala wants a 2v1. I'm not sure you win the 1v1 against Vikler at this point in the game. Gala does have to be a little bit more cautious there. Knew that there were no cooldowns. This game is weird.
Yeah, Weiwei is playing the card as though he is somewhat a little bit more aggressive in that early game. You know what? Credit to him. Got a load of gold in pocket. He's even just said, look, I'm so fed and I've got so much gold, I don't need a black fire torch. I'm just going to go straight for the Leandries rather than going for the mana cooldown item.
Oh no, Gala.
Now Gala...
Oh, that's not the place to back. Didn't realize there was a ward. The CC chain is too much. The solar flare. Sheer sunburn. Gala put to a cinder.
Should have brought the SPF out alongside the railgun. And now Vikler, what did we say? If he gets 1,500 gold ahead of his opponent, he's going to have first damage item, and then he will also have a QSS on top of that. He's got his first item. He's going to get to the point where Vikler can absolutely carry this game. Going to go back to the replay of what happened in the 2v1 topside. Xiaoshu plays this really well. Gets the good ping back from the ult, which means that he brings the Renekton back into the range of the tower. Skarner's ult nowadays, if you just get caught on the edge of it, you get pulled back into the middle of the hitbox. That's why it ends up looking like that. That leaves Weiwei out in a bit of a bad position because he thought the Renekton might be there and was a bit dead. Gala at least cleans up one, but it's still not a great play on the top side for LNG.
It would have been better if Gala didn't then try and reset. In that tri-brush, got punished pretty heavily for that on top of it. Does mean at RA, 1,000 gold up right now, and oh boy, Gala, no cleanse, no flash, and not much chance in this dive if they do pull it off. The wave, I mean, it could just be cut off, right? Yeah, there we go. Just cancel the recalls, cut off the wave.
Hog has no mana. They actually have no mana for the Nautilus ult either. Now, the wave isn't here, but if they keep stopping the backs, which they're doing with a lot of these skill shots, I mean, what do? They're teleporting in with Scout. He has flash and ult, but they might just focus on the
Scout's just
Malzahar.
gonna die as well. Gala gone in seconds. Hun will be next way. Happy to tank the tower. Steps out against Scout now. Alone under the tower. Aggro resets. Are they going to go for the redive? Health bars are pretty low, but I don't think they care. It's immaculate from RA.
Yeah, and Vikler ends up dying. I guess he got something on him at the end, and Weiwei will get some camps on the other side, but realistically, what are you doing here at this dive? You don't have the tools for this, you don't have the power, and this to me is again, kind of like a flowering of the seeds sown earlier in the early game, which was effectively, Scout died so much that he's not going to be useful for quite some time. I'm just going to go straight on to Xiaohao. I'm going to pull the ult as well. There's no mana on him.
He cancelled the ult with his smoke screen, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he went out of vision somehow.
So
that's super weird.
Cancelled it mid-animation? Didn't even know you could do that to Death Charge.
I think there might be a point where if someone flashes it, well, maybe not flash out of range, but if they go out of vision before a certain point in the animation, I don't think it follows through. I think that's the case there. So really well timed Graves smoke screen if that's the case.
So Xiaohao gets out, and now the recall from Hung might just be denied. Suddenly he's the one that's overstepped. Chains lands from Vikler. CC chain is there from Joy, but does Vikler have the damage to finish this one off? Aftershock about to time out. And there we go. The shield from Gala, a whiff.
They use the ult as well from center. LNG, you gotta calm down. You gotta chill out. You know, we're getting lost in the sauce a little bit with bad resets, but throwing extra cooldowns and random teleports and ults across the map, this is not good for LNG. They need to stabilize somehow. And to be honest, you know, there are some good points to this. They have a fed Karthus. The Renekton's still doing fine in the individual lane, but the rest of the map is just getting really lost in the chaos of the game.
Yeah, I'd say they're lost in the sauce. I'm not even sure this is a sauce. This is just a tin of chopped tomatoes, but looking to chop up Vikla as well. Root does land, but the silence isn't there in time. And Vikla just zips out.
He doesn't even have the QSS yet. I'm going to imagine he's going to get that on his very next bat. He went for the tier 2 boots. I was wondering if that was going to be a bit greedy, but he gets away with it. Going to get a recall out, has a teleport to get back out onto the map, and now suddenly Scout, no flash, no ults. It feels like once again LNG have used a lot of those tools for very cheap reasons.
Okay, here we go again. Round number 3 is the Drake spawns. And we'll be pulled all the way into the jungle. Looks like LNG are going to concede this Drake. RA, we'll just get it. Let's take another look at this dive.
So, there's no mana on Nautilus, and their backs have been stopped time after time. You end up using the Malzahar ult, but it's not on the person who's tanking turrets, so they don't end up tanking too many turret shots. Yes, the juggling's a little bit weird after this point because multiple people take aggro, but they just managed to redive again. And luckily for the side of LNG, they get a single dot. The Malefic Visions at least takes one back.
So there's something for Scout. He's got his Blackfire Torch now, but he's so far. I mean, it's 2k individual lead for Vikla at this point. And I will say, Dimera, I came into this one saying, you know, LNG versus RA game 1 was very slow. Not much happened in the early game. Well, totally different look today. We have absolute carnage, almost a kill a minute so far in this one. Not what I expected.
One more good fight in there.
Yeah.
One more good fight, we'll reach that mark, that'll be fun.
We'll have to see. I think LNG, though, are going to slow things down. They conceded the last Drake. Looks like they're going to concede this Herald as well. And to be honest, I'm glad, because they've been choosing to take some fights that I'm not so sure they should have been taking.
The question is, if they're going to slow things down, what are they going to gain from it? So we are seeing that Zerker on the Renekton is going to get a good amount of gold, doing well in the individual matchup. This was picked kind of knowing that the Skarner was likely to come out on the other side. The Skarner will be more valuable as a tank later. Renekton's better at controlling early game. That's the trade-off you have with those champions. But allowing him to damage these towers and maybe get some tower gold in the side lane, is that a win condition from LNG? No, not really. Nor did LNG have 2 dragons early. Maybe look for a soul later or something like that. They're trying to defend their outer turrets, but this is the problem. LNG might want to slow the game down, but they have to go into Fog of War pretty dangerously to do that. They're losing health on these towers, and I just don't get what they're gonna... even if they do slow the game down, what's that gonna lead to in terms of a winning game? All this is it feels like they're playing not to lose right now.
The one silver lining I'll say is they've got a Karthus, they've got a Senna. Like, there is, no matter what the game state looks like, there's always some level of belief with those 2 picks, isn't there? But we'll see if they can even get to a late game. Only time will tell. It's a 2,000 gold lead, or almost 3,000, sorry, in favor of RA right now. And over 2,000 of that is in the pocket of Vikla individually. This is a hell of a LeBlanc performance. Heads back to base, and finally, not only picks up the QSS, also picked up a needlessly large rod on that recall as well.
And this could go into a Banshees if it wants, or a Zhonya's if you want to go defensive. Can go for the Shadow Flame too. Jway is tanky, goes in.
He's just going to start the fight off. He isn't afraid of 4 people. And here come the rest of the gang. Vikla chunking everyone. Health bar so low. Ult comes out from Scout and does absolutely nothing. The Scorpion King through the wall starts to tear them apart. Oh, this is a huge ult. This is a huge Requiem. And suddenly it's flipped on its head. The Skarner's got too deep. Trades 1-for-1 there at the back as a double kill comes through for Xiaoshu. It's absolute chaos.
Yeah, it's a bigger 3-for-3, all things said and done. I was afraid that Weiwei was going to be in a position where maybe he couldn't get to either die in a good place to get an ult or would get it cancelled out of if he tried to use it while he was still alive. But they just about make that work. We're at him. Despite the gold lead, despite the fact that Vikla is very far ahead of the game, can't cleanly finish off the fight. Dre goes in, but is a little too far for the rest of his team. The follow-up is great from the side of RA in terms of range and in terms of damage, but you can see that, you know, the Varasalt misses, Vikula's a little bit out of range to get full one-shot onto any one person. It really starts to become a bit of a damage of DPS, and as you said, there are some still strong players on the side of LNG, and the Karthus Sana combo is really nasty. This ult just about seals out an even fight for them. Gets really close though. Xiaoshu could have cleaned up another one here.
Honestly, could not have been closer. And Zika as well. Really, really, really good TP. TP's behind them as Xiaoshu is going for that big flank, so the rest of RA can't quite follow up in the way that they want to. And then Zika gets to kind of cut through those health bars to set up for Weiwei's Requiem, who, I'm just going to quickly mention, very close to his second dot item on this Karthus. These Requiems are not going to get any easier to deal with. Zika starting to fight on the bottom side here as Weiwei might just have to leave outnumbered for the time being. As the rest of the gang moving over, Vikula just used that QSS, and on the front line, Xiaoshu happy to tank up. Hung is going to go down, and Jue is still completely full HP. Zika dives in, but he has to dive straight out again. Xiao jumps into the Herald in fight, and he starts the engage! He sets up his Xiaoshu's knockback as well. Gala will fall to the shotgun. No collateral damage backwards as he jumps forward. Xiao just styles on him!
I mean, we've seen the Fast and Furious style from Hacker. Wait for the rolling pin of Xiaohao's Herald usage. It's not just a taxi, it's also a weapon of war. And Xiaohao walks away with a clean fight out of that.
That was absolutely ridiculous. That was completely ridiculous. I need to see the replay of that right this second. Xiaohao just took this game into his own hands. He's like, I'm done with these team fights. Slams the Herald, charges through everyone, and then completely destroys both Scout and Gala.
I love this. No one does Herald usage like the LPL. Now, folks, I'm gonna go into this fight and be like, ooh, yes, lots of damage. I don't care about the rest of the team fight. Show us the Herald again. Xiaohao gets rooted at the start of it. It's like, I've been denied my entry into the fight. I must find another way into it. Places down the Herald, and midway through it goes, oh yeah, I'm out of mobility. Thank God I've got another mode of transportation here. It's a mess of a fight. I think LNG actually started off really well. I just love the creative use of the Herald in the LPL. No one does it like us, folks.
The Skada follow-up as well. The Gala just gets absolutely destroyed. The collateral damage backwards to then continue chasing onto Scout. My God, that is just beautiful.
Oh, man. Look, when you've watched so much League of Legends, and you've watched it for so long, not many things surprise you anymore. I did think that some people would start using Herald in some niche scenarios for engage tools. I'm glad we've finally seen it, because I'm genuinely quite surprised at the ways that we've seen Herald used really well in the last week or so. It excites me, Joe.
Yeah, twice so close together as well. It's something else. I did not expect to see so many great Herald plays
It really is.
soon.
It's like when you're waiting for a bus and it doesn't come for forever, and then two bus-shaped Heralds come along at exactly the same time. We've heard the same kind of saying for years. It's really feeling like, again, we're having a lot of fun with this objective around here.
Yeah, it's getting messy, it's getting silly, and I am loving every set. To be honest, it wasn't messy. Messy is absolutely not the right word for that. That was clean as hell from Xiaohao.
It was creative. I liked it. It was good. And, like, I want to see more of that creativity, because if you find your way onto the back line, there is going to be a lot of damage following up. The long-range follow-up is going to be disgusting!
Hung trying to stick around, trying to protect Gala, but the double flank from Xiaohao and Vikula as they just try and find more picks onto Gala. Gala is really under pressure this game. It feels like everybody is gunning for him, but it's not that surprising with a Graves, a Leona, and a LeBlanc on the enemy team.
And I think that's really going to tell the tale of the fight. It's going to be RA trying to find access to Weiwei, trying to deny Scout a position where he can pin someone down in front of the rest of his team, and just make sure that the backline doesn't get to kind of like sit pretty. And they have the gold to do that. They have so much gold on the Graves, he just has to commit an ult towards that backline. Of course, he got Vikula with the Spell Shield of the Verdant Barrier and the QSS, just upgraded to a Banshees, so the Banshees is going to give him even lower Spell Shield to try and do that multiple times in a phase of play 2. You've got the Leona ult from a million miles away. You've got Varus from a million miles away. Xiaoshu flying through a wall. Oh, okay. It seems just caught. Well, that's the end of that.
A million miles is just not enough, unfortunately. Walks up to the wave and gets caught. Xiaoshu dives in the midst of everyone. It's a double ult. The solar flare is there as well, and he's still going strong somehow. The shield comes through at the last second, but taken out by the railgun. No way do you lose this one now, RA. Surely you don't lose this one now. Wei with a double kill, and Baron on the cards.
What has Assume just done? What has he just done? He walks up way too far in mid lane, and LNG don't have to worry about the flanks. You're saying, oh, that should be the tail of the game. It's not, because of the mispositioning and the kind of execution of RA. Vikler's going in now, but it is going to be a 2v5.
It's last chance saloon here. Vikler and Xiaohao need to make a miracle happen. Who's in the pit? Does manage to dip back out. 3k on the Baron. It's going to be taken by LNG, and I don't think there's any punish available either. Fair play, Vikler and Xiaohao looking for something, but they find nothing. Still 2k up in gold, but that gold gap has shrunk massively.
What is Assume doing here? What is he doing up here? He keeps walking up, even though he sees someone walk onto the screen, gets hit by the wall of plane, and that slow is it. As soon as you're hit by that slow, doesn't have a spell shield. Maybe he could have cleansed the slow. Maybe that would have actually helped him towards the escape the initial part of that. You know, as you can see right here, Scout isn't touched. We said that, well, Scout has to pin someone down in front of his team. He manages to do that. That's great. He shouldn't be able to do that from that gold advantage, but all the same, LNG find the opportunity. Got a Dragon coming up in a minute, and that should be, again, what we're looking for. LNG pinning a target down in the front line and stopping RA from reaching the backline through just huge amounts of CC. Yeah. Hope that the Malzahar, the Renekton, and the Nautilus can stop RA reaching the backline.
And you could kind of see the angle for RA as well, where you see Xiaoshu get two people with the Skarner or the Solar Flare, lands on both of them for free, guarantees a double stun. Unfortunately, there was no follow-up there. Zika blocks the chain, Skarner walks away with his life, but a little nervous, I'm sure, at this point, as Vikler is looking real scary and wants to continue to get this damage down. LNG muscle their way into the river.
You can see that 3 items away with the Malignance too. Multiple ults going to come through, which wouldn't have come through on a time without that item. Malignance very, very good at unlocking later game Karthus into every fight. Scout's really strong with the double burn. Feels like even if you're jumping forward for poke now as Vikler, you've got to be a little bit careful. If one thing lands onto you, there's a lot of damage going to come back.
5k on the Dragon here. LNG having to peel away. Wei commits and does get that Drake. 2 for 2 now as Dway gets locked up a bit and will just burn down. Not much happening here on the side of RA. And Scout finds the ultimate. The hook follows it up. And LNG, they've come out of the woodwork. It looked disastrous all game. And suddenly they're alive.
It took a bit of mispositioning from RA earlier into the game to unlock this door to this game, but LNG have found a way to stop RA from reaching the backline. And it feels like now, with multiple fights in a row, with the Dragon taken away from RA2, this should be them sliding into, as you were saying earlier, the Senna, the Karthus getting huge items. Yeah. I don't think RA have the burst now to kill the backline with just a LeBlanc or just a big Skarner push back into the rest of the team. I think that LNG have done it.
Do you want to know something really scary?
Yes.
Wei doesn't even use his ultimate in this fight. That's how one-sided
I didn't consider that.
Without even a Requiem.
And like this, he's even built the ult base build. It's got a Malignance in there. But, you know, the big thing about this fight is just look how the battle lines look, how the shape of the fight happens. RA want multiple people in range of Scout with cancels on him so his ult doesn't get value. So Gala can't stand and fight. And they just don't manage to do that. They get corralled themselves in by the remaining members of LNG. They kind of stick around to disrupt their own backline.
18 to 16 at 26.5 minutes. This is definitely one way to start a broadcast, isn't it? My goodness. Wei definitely having a field day today. It was a rough start to the game from Scout, but that last ult certainly buying LNG a team fight. And now with the Baron, well, with the Baron's run out at this point, but the gold swing in their favor. I think it was close to 6,000 across the course of that Baron, which is kind of obscene. And now LNG in the driver's seat for pretty much the first time this whole game.
And, you know, we said it wasn't necessarily all by their own doing. Perhaps Assume kind of threw them the opportunity. But hey, games like this, you have to take every chance you have got. And credit to LNG for doing that. And now they're going to go watch Vikler kind of play towards the bot side of the map. Waveplayer on the other side coming through okay, but I don't think he's going to save the tower completely. Feels like we're getting ourselves a decent cross map. Vikler even going to get ulted.
How much does it do? The dots are ticking. I don't think it's enough. No Blackfire Torch there. He'll walk away with his life. That felt a little bit dicey. Your clone can't save you from a laser from the sky, I'll tell you that.
You know, wait. He's about to get himself a death cap. If he gets himself that item, next time that comes through, yeah, that's definitely going to be a kill. So, needs to be very, very careful. Vikla thought he could play the side lane game, split the map, not play for the 5v5, which they've been losing recently. And yeah, I mean, the Karthus sadly makes things less of a 1v1 on the side lane, adds in an extra solid 1 to the equation.
Death cap on the way for Vikla. Death cap on the way for Weiwei. It's we're getting to the high damage point in the game where these health bars won't last very long. We'll have to see. A lot of it now is going to be down to positioning before these objectives, setting up for the neutrals, which I have to say is something LNG haven't really been the best at across the course of this split so far, which is crazy to me because historically, I feel like that's one of the things LNG always did well at was the bare fundamentals, like setting up objectives, playing through the correct lanes, etc. Feels like that has been a bit of a weakness for them this split, but hopefully this is the beginning of seeing them start to change that fact.
No, last year they were so good at pushing inside lanes and then using that to get a good advantage on the objectives. And yeah, it just hasn't felt the same this year. And it has got to the point now where actually LNG, if they lose this series, they're very likely going through into Group B of the next stage of the LPL. That's where things get really spicy, where you're fighting for a last chance saloon to get into playoffs. You really want to go through as top 2 from your group if it's all possible. And winning a series like this is absolutely key to it. Rare Atom, I don't think we expect them to be in this position. Need to see if they can pull off one last flank, see if they can get themselves a good fight.
Nicholas on the back line, damage onto Scout. Oh, the collateral damage on top, it's gorgeous, what a combo. It's like they're playing with a Jin. As now Xiaoshu dives forward, looking for more. One ultimate, one target. It's not quite enough the Requiem to try and chunk everyone out on the other side, and it does a good chunk of damage at that. 5v4 though, as RA, they can just take control of mid.
Yeah, LNG might just try and go towards Baron, but RA with the kill onto Scout, clean combo, might go towards the Dragon themselves, which is spawning up in 20 seconds. It was a fight over the mid lane. You can see that LNG are still powerful, even with just 4 people alive.
TP from Xiaoshu. Wants to threaten a flank, but in the meantime, Xiaohao going to move over towards that Drake. It's an Infernal Soul, remember, so big one, but this will only be Soul Point. And in the meantime, LNG are burning through a Baron. Let's see what RA have to say about it. Vikla,
Scout
not
TP.
that healthy. Baron already gone down, and LNG, 5-man strong. Xiaoshu's gone too deep. Vikla can't really trade anything. LNG, they get a Baron and a kill.
But the Xiaohao didn't even stay on the Dragon. RA didn't even stick towards the other objective. And when it comes to the objective fights, feels like RA, even with the first kill, messed up the dance steps. LNG, well and truly, pushing into the base now. And without Xiaohao back in base, they might just take a full inhib, maybe even Nexus turret.
This late game has felt so much more confident from LNG, just saying, yep, you go the Drake, we're going for the Baron. Railgun across Tway.
Wait, Xiaohao's back, not stopped.
That is game. Xiaohao can't even get back to base. Vikla, your QSS can't save you from that one. Cut down by the Croc, and the Nexus will fall. LNG not only playing faster than we're used to, but finding those objectives. 21-20. It was not clean, but it was a win.
Oh, it's the good old Dragon for Nexus trade. It's been a while since we've seen one of them. Rare Adam, man, that felt like that game was all theirs. But one overstep in the mid lane, quickly punished by LNG. And that was that. LNG, this series is important to them. If they lose this series, I think they're in a really bad spot. They're basically locked into Group B at that point, with Rare Atom would have taken both series over them at that point. So for them to take that game, very, very important to see that.
Yeah, LNG, a rough early game, but later on, things seem to clean up. I just love that we had over 40 kills in 30 minutes. That's the LPL that I know and love. Please, 2 more of that RA and LNG. We're going to jump into a break and then find out how many kills come out in Game 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our second game between LNG and RA. And I have to say it, Amira, these teams cannot be trusted to finish a game. Whoever wins this next early game will surely lose the game by the end of things. I feel like it was the truth of the previous series between these two, and I feel like it's the same to start today.
And so it was spoken, the prophet Munchables did say. You win early game, you lose late game. Wait, fantastic game on the Carthers. Skipped over the Blackfire Torch, went towards Leandries, and just more burst, more ults. Ended up doing an awful ton of damage. 37% damage share throughout that game from the jungle. Really, really game-changing play from the Carthers.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? 37% out of the jungle. Yeah, those ults later on starting to do some serious damage. But also that dragon fight where... Wait, didn't even ult. He didn't even have to ult. He just stood in the middle of everyone using Defile. And I mean, look at that. Remember, this was early game Carthus. This was a Carthus that was just moving between lanes getting kills.
Yeah, got that first kill in mid lane after, of course, First Blood came down on Scout. Went top lane, very nearly got a kill there, and then just ran across the map anyway. This kind of gold graph, I think the meme as it stands right now is you look at that damage graph and you say, pick me Nidalee. It's just like that, no, pick Carthus. This champion is so broken when you get into a good spot. And it did take some oversteps and rare atoms. I really do, again, feel like this team should have closed out that game. They're in such a good position. Even going into the late game, they managed to get that really good one-shot onto Scout at the very near the end of the game. But they couldn't quite transfer that into the play around the Dragon and the Baron. They lost the map state in the 5v4. And after that point, it just kind of felt like they were directionless again. So RA... sadly, they're now at a point where they might themselves have to be considering what would happen for them if they went into Group B in that second stage of the LPL. They need to turn things around ASAP.
Yeah, they need to figure out how to not walk mid as an AD carry and push versus 4 people and die.
Alone.
Yeah, bit of an awkward one from Assume there. But to be fair, like, it felt like once LNG got control of tempo in the late game, it felt like RA never got another look in. Like, Vikla was jumping forward, trying to get some poke damage down, trying to do some stuff. Xiao, like him and those two, like trying to contend the Baron and stuff. But it never felt like we got a fair fight again. As soon as Assume was caught, as soon as LNG started dictating how this game was going to go, RA never got another look in. So for RA, I think the learning point really is like, don't make a big glaring mistake like that. And honestly, you could just keep going the way you were going. Like, everything else was reasonably smooth sailing, pretty chaotic fighting.
What you can do
they seem to thrive
is
in
just
chaotic
like
fights.
everything you've just said in the last like minute there, you could just say like, what you need to do, cut out, just don't make a big mistake like that, and and sense it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. As soon as that mistake got made, yeah, LNG. I mean, in a way that we have rarely seen from them in some, and I get we haven't seen that many series from them, but we haven't seen it so far in regards to them taking those individual mistakes and running that over to a game win. The way they've typically won has been with very slow roll games where they have like a really obvious way to play out the game with like a Talia or another kind of global / pushing mid laner from Scout, where you can just control side lanes either with just huge pushing power on something like an AD carry or a global to fly in. And they didn't have to show that really in this game. They went for the counter pick to that LeBlanc. We haven't seen that much Malzahar. We haven't seen that much LeBlanc get through the ban phase. That's probably why we haven't seen as much of it. But yeah, no, it seems like it's a limited counter pick towards that champion. I'm expecting different mid lane meta, obviously, because that can only really happen with that LeBlanc, and it's Fearless draft. No LeBlanc for the side of Rare Atom. Of course, no Malzahar for the side of LG either, but I guess they only really wanted that for the LeBlanc.
I guess so. Nidalee going to be banned away as well, so Weiwei's selection of AP junglers starting to get whittled down a little bit. He has played one game of the Lilia, he's played a game of the Brand as well, so still options there, but the Tristana instantly locked in for Vikla.
So you now have the question of largely Corki or Talia, and it's going to be the Corki. Thanks for answering that very quickly, LNG. Once again, really fast drafts coming out. Now LNG have removed the Ziggs from potentially Tristana Ziggs, which is something that LNG used to play all the time last year. Don't want to give over the double Demolitionists.
Ziggs also a pick that Gala has really been liking so far. This split already got 2 games on it, and to be fair, his mechanics on the pick, like the bomb hit rate pretty high from Gala so far from what we've seen. Let's see what support is going to go alongside that. I'm anticipating probably Leona. It's probably going to be the old Leona Nautilus trade. And then game 3, we'll see what else happens. That's assuming we get a game 3. So Nautilus locked in alongside the Tristana. Could go for an AP jungler here, but instead they look towards the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, you could have gone for the Senna, but they go for the Kai'Sa instead. This is an assume real comfort pick. He loves this champion, and as he said, as we come through to later patches, I'm going to see a lot more Shiv Kai'Sa, Shiv Zeri. Apparently those two champions are really, really strong with that. Leona, you predicted that coming through. It makes a lot of sense with the Ziggs, but now we need to see what's going to happen with the double diving AD carries from RA. We could have a very different style of composition from RA in regards to not having long-range follow-up, but the follow-up being the actual bodies of the champions themselves flying onto a target.
It does feel like dive is the big word for RA so far. LNG, they're banning away some of these top laners. I wonder what Zika is going to go for here. Whether he goes blind here. With the 2 top lane bans, it does lead me to believe perhaps it will be a blind pick, but maybe you want to prioritize an AP jungler, perhaps get it before RA can grab theirs.
I mean, you could just lock up the Skani yourself. That's the easy thing, isn't it? Just lock that on 4. Just say, right, do you want to play Mordekaiser? You can't play the TF. The Rumble's gone, so you've only got one of those lane counters in there. It'd be pretty easy at that point. It wouldn't necessarily fit with, like, the huge damage, and that's why they go towards the Jax instead. So, Shashu, what do you answer this? Renekton into the Jax is somewhat of a skill matchup, can be quite hard. There aren't that many good matchups left in this. You go Kennen, maybe. Kennen could work.
Kennen certainly could work. We've seen a little bit of rumble from Xiaoshu, but whether you want to play that to a Jax is a different question.
It's also banned, which makes it really hard to play.
True. That would make that one difficult to log in. It will be the Kennen in the end for Xiaoshu. Lots of damage, lots of dive. And Xiaohao, you already played this, buddy. You're not allowed to play the Graves again.
Yeah.
Suddenly realizes that, I think. But still, AD damage jungler looks like the name of the game.
And anything which can dive in with the rest of the team, I think makes a lot of sense. You want everything to fly forward. I would love to see it. I would much prefer to see the Vi if they were going to go for a diving one. The Shinso is much easier to play in the early game too, though. So now, RA, everything about this team is everyone kind of diving forwards onto the same pixel and obliterating one target. And Wei Wei picks up the Ivern. Now, this is a fantastic conversation to have. LPL does not play Ivern. Wei Wei is like the one player that has played this. One of the things when we went to MSI, and no, I think it was Top Esports lost a game or two to the Ivern pick at MSI. There was a conversation around, LPL just doesn't play that kind of champion. Wei Wei does, though, and this is a great draft to show, actually, if you're going to hyper dive into an Ivern, you're going to get slapped. I really think this is a good last pick here for the jungle of Wei Wei.
I feel like LNG have a decent amount of ability to withstand a dive with their Jax, Counter-Strike, the Ivern being able to protect his carries. Ziggs as well can be difficult sometimes with the amount of zone control. You know, if you get past the bombs, he's very easy to kill in that situation. But the Satchel Charge, the Hextech Minefield as well, can make it difficult to get onto that back line. We'll see how they will fare as we head towards this second game. I love that, you know, LNG very much going towards a style that they can play a little bit slower, they can control the map. Whereas on the other side, Rare Atom, they're going forwards. They're hitting that. I'd say they're hitting that W key. It's not really how League of Legends work, but they're right-clicking towards the enemies. They're A and then left-clicking.
That's the one. There is no retreat, only glorious advance. And they need to have a big turnaround from game 1. They had themselves that early lead. We were worried about what happened as soon as they threw that one play away in mid lane and the game fell away from them. They must close out this game, otherwise it seems very likely they will have lost that shot at top 2 in this group. It would have been unexpected, but it would be a huge result for them to turn it around.
Just a bit of awkward silence there as we hear the pings come on through, hoping for some gyros.
It's a moment of silence and reverence for the giant Ahri in the sky, which I, of course, 100% approve of. I think we should have more Ahri skyboxes. It would make my die a lot better. No, this is good for me. It's like, this is like my cultural exploration. No, something like that. It's like my, what's the thing where, like, you have, like, your pets and you give them, like, their time to, like, explore the world? when you like you increase their world.
Walkies?
What's that? What? Not. No,
Where
Ari
are
in
we
the Sky
going
is not
with
by
this?
walkies. There's like there's that kind of like I don't know. Look, words fail me. There's that kind of time where like you kind of like make sure your pets have like something which isn't just walking and eating, where you give them some kind of entertainment. Look, this is just going nowhere. My words have failed me. But yeah, that's the thing. Ari in the Sky. That's your takeaway from that.
Are you on about like doing agility challenges with a poodle because it's a gun dog and it's too clever to
Or
just
like
be
giving them
inside?
puzzles and stuff like that. You know, when you give them like something to like work out, so they're mentally stimulated or whatever.
Okay. So what you're saying is
Yeah.
Ari splash art mentally stimulates you. Got it. Right,
No,
okay.
shush.
Moving forward,
Talk about
let's
the
talk
game,
about League of
please.
Legends. We've got Shao started on the bottom
Oh
side.
god.
Wei, he's playing Ivan, so we need to keep a close eye on his pathing as he moves around the map, including scout trading, as always. That's not going to lead to too much. I will say, this matchup in the mid lane, the Corki versus Tristana, we've seen a lot of nothing in this matchup. We've also seen quite a few solo kills in this matchup, both good and bad solo kills. So
We have
let's
seen
keep our
we've
eyes
seen
on that.
Shanks. We have seen Shanks do a great many things on that. And thing is that Vikla, his best champion arguably is the Tristana. This champion is really, really good for him, and felt like towards the end of spring when RA kind of picked up a couple of unexpected wins from how poor their spring went. A lot of that was on Vikla, on the Tristana, and I think him personally as a player recovered a lot of his kind of like reputation by playing this champion too.
I love this from Wei as he's pathing through, just drops a shield on Scout, allows for a heavy trade to go on through. Unfortunately, it pretty much was just an even trade, even with the jungle intervention, so not really ideal, but just going for a reset there from Scout, and we'll be able to jump back in. Got a cult, TP's back into lane, wants to stack that ASAP, and Wei moving straight up to the top side.
He's just doing the same thing as last
Yeah,
game.
exactly
Just running
the
between
same as
lanes.
game number one. Just walks into the top side this time around. Zika gets a free gap close, jumps in, flashes forward, and Xiaoshu is gone. But Zika might just go down as well. And Xiaohao opts out of the 1v1. It's a kill for each jungler.
Yeah, Xiaohao ran out of cooldowns. He'd stacked his Conqueror and he's like, well, I don't really want to wait until I have to get my cooldowns back up to try and kill Wei, but walks away with a very important kill. Even things up on that top side. Xiaoshu losing flash. Of course, that's going to be a bit of a pain. Good interrupt there by the Nautilus hook. Not going to quite get the all in.
Nice bomb from Gala on 2 as well. Importantly, Zika TP'd up top. Xiaoshu didn't have to because the wave is pushing towards him. So Xiaoshu will have TP advantage. He'll also have a monster minion wave pushing his way that he can theoretically, I don't know if he'll really be able to freeze with that many minions, to be honest, but he'll have command of that lane and probably a CS advantage coming out of this.
He's going to be really happy with that one, considering how that play started. And, you know, Wei, credit for him to really get some good opportunities, but that top lane, it could have been blown open so much more. Xiaohao just managed to read that play. Wei and Xiaohao, both of them, last year, were so good at their respective roles, and they've really matched up well today, I feel like, in the first 2 games. I think that, you know, Wei on the cards is a very different role compared to that first game on the Karthus, but I think both of them, I really want to see what can happen in this jungle matchup. It feels like both of them have such high potential pedigree, even though their last split or 2 hasn't shown that.
I feel like Wei going from Karthus to Ivan is kind of like Ivan's lore, right? Where he was some great warlord and then got cursed
Ivan
and
the
turned into a
Terrible,
friendly
yeah.
tree. Yeah, it feels somewhat, maybe poetic's not quite the word, but feels
It's an
symmetrical in
allegory
some
or
way.
something, or a metaphor. It's like poetry. It rhymes. Gala gets a knockback. Gala, again, you talked about this earlier. Gala's actually a really good Ziggs player. You know, you think of him as the Kai'Sa player, as, you know, huge player of the Jinx and the Aphelios in years past. His Ziggs has been really, really good, though, and it's one of the things which LG leveraged off of really well last split. Gonna find junglers fighting each other again. The Wei gets the mark, gets the smite, gets the camp.
Yeah, when Smite's up, it's really hard to contest an Ivan for a camp. Xiaohao gonna drop a deep ward. Perhaps he'll get away with that because you don't have to fight the red buff as Ivan, so you might not go into that brush. Assume stuck underneath the tower. Gala's just TP'd back in, so he's full mana. This becomes incredibly difficult.
Wait, he just
Cannon
satcheled
denied.
him away from the cannon! He just sat... Wow! Gala, that is not okay! Satcheling someone away from a cannon minion, that's just mean!
This is a competitive sport. I think meanness is allowed when it comes to gameplay. Jue left alone. See you later, buddy. Hung still going to be tagging the tower. He survived for a while, but a while's just not long enough, unfortunately. That's going to be a kill for Gala, and yet more minions denied, yet more plates going his way. This is a big Ziggs already.
And it's a really not so big Kai'Sa on the other side. The bonus for RA is they pushed in a top side, they pushed on a mid. I'm surprised Victor didn't get a single play. Tristana normally gets a free play every time you roam away from that lane on a reset. I think Scout was using that time where everyone was focused on bot lane to be away from mid lane, but no plates were given over in mid lane. But so yeah, LNG on the whole really walking away with a huge advantage. You need Kai'Sa to be ahead of the game. Kai'Sa from behind the curve is not really a great AD carry because she's still going to dive in. She just won't do damage if she doesn't have the items.
Yeah, it's press the attack as well, so you're expecting AD Kai'Sa here, not the AP variant, although it's possible you go for kind of the hybrid later on and go into
you go for Halo
AP.
Blades on the other one, yes.
But the full AP version is going to be the Halo Blades. We'll see what his build is going to end up being later on. But honestly, I'm not sure the AP Kai'Sa would work that well with Ivan, because Ivan's just going to block off the damage anyway. I guess that's true for AD Kai'Sa too.
I mean,
it's true for all champions.
So, what I have to say, when it comes to LPL, we typically just... Hang on, we're going to get a fight down here. There's flashes here, but well, we're going to get the fight anyway. Go, Daisy!
Assume takes a couple hits from Daisy, and that's about it.
Wow.
But we are just going to deny yet more minions. More minions die.
It's like Gala had level 6 and Hun could have just thrown himself into the play. And yeah, this is the kind of point where it feels like LNG can hard force whenever they want. Again, feels like a much more proactive early game from LNG again. Game 1, much faster, loads of kills per minute comparative to what we normally have seen from LNG. So it's good for them to kind of speed up the course of that game. One of the problems with Ivan, not great at killing Dragon. Doesn't really kill objectives that quickly, needs his teammates to help him with that one. Means that RA did get the top probes. They are going to get themselves an entrance towards that as well.
Xiaoshu all in on the top side. Zika not quite respecting it. Goes for Grandmaster's Might. Flash available for both top laners. I don't think Xiaoshu will chase too hard for that one, but continues to leverage that advantage in the top side that he has for himself. Vikla and Scout now trading in the mid lane. Scout going pretty far forward for that one, winning the trade heavily. RA trying to finish this Drake off. Hung doesn't want any of it. Dives in, bomb across the team as well, but they've gone so deep onto Scout here. The bomb's ticking. He walks away. He keeps himself alive. They don't find the kill. Vikla now diving further forwards, trying to chase for a little bit more. Shields come out from the Ivan, but Hung, is he tanky enough? Flashes away. How is this still going with no kills? Gala chasing with the bombs now as Weiwei looks for a route. Can he find the route? Gala, yes, he can, and the whole team dives on in.
LNG walk away with a one fight towards the bot side of the map. It didn't need top laners to intervene. Zucker teleported back towards top side. And actually, you can see that Xiaoshu without that ulti can get a little bit blocked out by the Jax if he gets on top of them. But still, you can see that in that fight, Gala really coming online already. Going to get more gold from the bot side of the map, gets even more plates. And yeah, this is going to become a bit of an issue. LNG have managed to make sure that their bot lane is so far in their advantage.
It's a good time to be Gala, isn't it? In this game, it is a good time to be playing this Ziggs. He's already got 2 plates as well. Might just be able to get a third there with his passive, but my goodness, let's take another, because this went on for so long.
Yeah, it did, but the start of it was, I thought, pretty good repositioning by Assume. Just get away from the Ziggs, get doing damage somewhere else. Very surprised that Scout lived. I think just, you know, a flash for an extra auto would have done it, but the Buster Shot sends him to safety. Vikla, a rare miscalculation on the Tristana. Means that the opening to the fight is not as powerful as RA would have wanted. They could have traded damage from the Ziggs ult for the kill onto the Corkin. They would have left happy. Then they just kind of overstayed looking for something that they couldn't really afford with the cooldowns they had left.
And I feel like we got to see a mini version there of what this LNG comp is capable of later on in the game. Now granted, RA will have more upfront damage later on in the game, so maybe it's harder to survive. But if you're targeting onto Hung, Weiwei's there to drop the shields, the Eclipse will be in play as well, then suddenly it becomes very, very difficult to finish that kill off. Gala and Scout are just firing rockets and bombs from the other side that entire time. It becomes very difficult to chase anyone down.
not to interrupt, but I remember the word. It's mental enrichment. That's what I was thinking. That's just one little update.
So it's like
yes.
it's like Portal, basically.
Yes.
Basically, the whole game Portal is just enrichment. in theory.
Yeah, but you know, this might color me as a heathen. I've still never played Portal, and I know, and Portal 2, I've heard it's one of those, again, legendary games that everyone should play once in their life. You should really experience that. I just haven't gotten around to it. Gala gets the turret, the satchel. This is, again, one of the great things about playing towards Ziggs on strong side. Kills towers really, really quickly. And yeah, LNG really starting to steamroll now.
One thing I will say, because I don't think we're going to see a fight anytime soon here, Portal, one of those games that it is a little old now, but because of the way that the game plays, it's fundamentally a puzzle game. It doesn't age, you know? Like, the fact that it's a little older really has not impacted how good it is in any way. So
that's kind of one of the reasons I really love a lot of the Legends of Zelda games like that. We're probably going to see a fight now, though, so see if they can escape this tricky situation. Puzzle game for them.
Cleanse is on cooldown. Zika easily follows it up. Gala steals the kill from a million miles away. That CC chain was nuts, by the way.
I mean, we were talking about Portal, we were talking about Legend of Zelda. I mean, Gala's playing Bomberman, and he is very, very good at that game, apparently. He's going to go towards this top turret, very good at killing plates again. If RA can't stop Ziggs hitting this tower, this might be a lot of extra plates going over towards Gala.
Jway's been under a tower against these guys before, twice this game, and he's died both times. Let's see if he realizes he needs to get out of dodge. Nice little sidestep from Gala means he can just continue to wail away on both the tower and the opponents underneath it. Oh, man, Ziggs is so oppressive in the right hands.
Yeah, and you can see every time he's casting the abilities, he's just getting to the point where his fast-use passive comes back online. It's the reason why Ziggs is utterly disgusting late game. Back in Season 4, you'd actually see Lichbane Ziggs because he'd throw out his passive auto, throw all of his skills, get his Lichbane and the passive back up again, and a tower would already be dead. It's similar kind of stuff now. Just get so much AP. Towers don't live. Look at the amount of tower gold he's getting from the plate. This is exactly why they rotated him around. I don't think they're going to get the full turret because I think the wave clear's there. But they've already got first tower, 5 plates bot, 2 plates on top side. Gala's really, really fed.
I think Asuma's just abandoning ship. I think they are going to finish this tower, you know, unless Gala decides to back away.
Are they looking for a big play? Maybe they're looking for a play mid instead.
Scout, the target here, flash forwards from Vikla is a bit of a flub. Not the greatest Tristana game we've ever seen from him.
Scout doesn't have flash. Assume only has rank 1 ultimate. That's the reason why that play doesn't work out. Vikla doesn't know how close Assume is. Because if he gets that ultimate, then actually what you see is... Hang on, Gala might even get the full turret. Is he going to get another passive auto? Can he get it in the next 5 seconds? If he can get it, that's going to be the satch. 10 plates, 2 turrets, just before the timer comes out. They abandoned...
He's 3,500 gold ahead!
They abandoned ship to look for a play mid lane, messed that up because Assume only has the rank 1 Kai'Sa ultimate range for his ultimate, can't follow up, and Gala just goes into the stratosphere. RA, what are you doing?
This is obscene. This is absolutely obscene. He's on 2 items at 14 minutes. Like, I know this is what Ziggs does, but it's very rare that you get to see Ziggs do this well, you know? It's very often you just see the Ziggs kind of denied a bit or just takes one tower. He is taking over the entire map.
And like, the only thing which can save you from Ziggs is a Shinsao ultimate. That's legitimately the only thing which can stop you from dying. And that doesn't even save your teammates. And this is a big problem now, because if RA are trying to set up for their big flanks and they're trying to dive in, if they hit the minefield, if someone gets CC'd first by Hung, one of your combos is gone. It's just dead. And that's a big problem, because we're going to get to the point shortly where Scout can also carry the back end of a team fight. So if you end up losing 1 or 2 people on the engage because Gala blasts you, even if you get Gala, Zucker and Scout can probably carry with Ivan shields too. So... good luck. I wish you the very best. Try to get through this composition.
I mean, it's always possible for LNG to throw. We saw that literally in the last version of this series, so never going to quite count RA out here, but my goodness. Do you want to know the best bit? Like that 3,500 gold from the 10 plates plus the 2 kills, etc. He's also got first strike, so every single time he's sieging here, he's just like farming 30, 40 gold every time he lands a bomb, and he doesn't seem to miss those bombs either as they go into the tower. It's going to be Herald started up now by LNG with their infinite amounts of prio.
Oh no. Giving the Herald to the Ziggs that's already just demolished all of your towers. That's That's not a great sign. Now,
That's
you do
mid-tier
have
one
6
gone.
scrubs for a Tristana. They might be able to catch Scout here. Showhouse find an angle. They spot him, but it's a little too late, I think.
Why is Scout there? That's pretty far up to go. Oh, that's
Teleport,
why, because
double
they're gonna
teleport.
double DP on him. Scout might just go down for this, but it will be answered, or will it? Actually, maybe not. It's Zika's teleport got cancelled there by Xiaoshu, or by Vikla, sorry. There's Dwayne now engaged upon by Hung, but they don't really have that much damage. It's only Gala here to try and finish these health bars. Nice bit of play from RA.
Yeah, they get the 1 kill, and they do blow 2 big globals for it. It's not going to save the turret. There's going to be a Herald going straight into mid lane. They have no one in position to wave clear that one. Gala, who just used a satchel, doesn't even need that to kill the tower, I don't think. He'll be able to use that one soon after. They're teleporting onto Gala, but it's onto the pink ward, so they'll be able to see it in that fog of war. What? That's a teleporter. Scout? Dude!
Okay.
What are you
Scout,
doing?
Obviously,
Scout!
I think he thought the tower was going to be gone. It turns out it was him that was gone. Oh no! Xiaoshu Wilson immediately gets stopped by the root caller. RA get a couple though. Scout just completely sprinted it.
What has he done? I've never said that. Like, we rarely have to kind of use this phrase because we kind of hold this in this top drawer. That TP sucked. What do you think was going to happen? What, realistically, you're teleporting into 3 people. You have to look at what's happening in that scene. That's the kind of thing where you click on the minimap. I don't know what the thought was. Even if the tower had stayed alive, had died rather, I feel like that play works out exactly the same way. In LNG, we were just saying, hey, you know, they could throw a lot of big leads. We see them do that before. This is egregious, though. Maybe he teleports and doesn't know where Vikla and Xiaoshu are, but even that, you don't want to teleport into melee range of a Nautilus. That's like the world's easiest engage.
I wonder if he thought Gala could finish the tower and... I don't know. That's all I've got.
This is beyond my understanding, Joe.
Good, but like, maybe he just saw Assume at the end of that last game and was like, anything you can do, I can do better. Decided to sprint it down the mid lane. Weird one from Scout. Really, really rough TP.
It was just his mental enrichment. It's just his mental enrichment time. It's like he's trying to expand his horizons, learn more about the game League of Legends. We finally come full circle.
He's limit testing. He's like, how fast will... Oh,
yeah.
There we go. Little pop-up. 500 gold so far from first strike from Gala. I just was wondering about that earlier, and I just saw a pop-up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it scales up for the damage you do. So if you get really far ahead of the game, it scales up the amount of gold you get with it too. It just kind of allows you to snowball a bit more. Not nearly as much as it used to. Remember back in 21 Worlds, you'd have Talon just jumping on you for 80% of your HP, walking away, not finishing the kill, but walking away with like, you know, an extra 100 gold or so. That was fun.
I was going to say I miss those times, but I really don't miss Talon.
No,
at all.
I don't
if
either,
Talon
actually.
could just never be meta again, I'd really be okay with that. As an AD carry main, I would be more than okay.
But then you don't get to... So one of my favorite skins in the game is actually the Samsung White Talon skin from Season 4. There's a really fun story behind that skin. Maybe we'll get some of that story time a bit later, though. Folks, there's a dragon being started right now. LNG, they want to stop the flank. Assume, what are you doing here?
Assume totally alone in the jungle. Hung just going to get the cleanse out of him for now. Zika wasn't quite able to get there in time. RA grouping up. Remember, they got the first 2 Drakes, so if they could get this one, it would be Soul Point, which does make things nice. Yeah, Ocean Soul versus Ziggs would be handy-dandy to have. It's a bit of a stalemate, isn't it? And in the meantime, Assume just can't even get access. He's completely denied.
Yeah, and Xiaoshu, you can see Daisy is spotting out Xiaoshu on the flank. If you can get the flash cannon into the backline, that could really be the game-changing fight. He is off vision again. Vikla's using this time to take down that tower. They can just take that and leave, but now Zuka potentially can flank too with his own flash.
Are they going to be able to get in here? Xiaohao trying to surround.
The flag!
Xiaoshu onto 2. Wei, the target, he's down. That'll be Drake as in goes Assume onto Gala as well. The Fedist member, Assume flashes the wall and gets the shut down. But in the meantime, the rest of LNG winning the top side of the fight and looking for Dway as well. Senna's blade just a hair short, but it won't matter. Scout gets the kill, 2 for 2, but Drake for RA.
Yeah, and it's the shutdown on Gala. Who got that kill? It was one of Xiaohao or Assume. We'll have to track that one because that would have been at least some gold back in the Kaiser's pocket. That's good then. All right, that's important. So, all right, they get some gold back, and we continue to have this conversation about LNG and team fighting. They have this conversation about LNG and flanks. They know the flank is coming. It is the most obvious flank in the world. They have no vision across that part. They even checked it out with Gala. How they fall prey to this and stand and fight in the river is beyond me. I really think that LNG needs to return back to basics and figure out how to approach flanking team fights, because this is not the first time that RA have pulled a fast one on them like this. Yes, they do clean up some kills afterwards, but losing the Dragon and losing the fight to the Kennen in that such an obvious way, that's not a good sign from LNG.
Honestly, it doesn't even feel like Xiaoshu flanked them. It feels like LNG just walked closer while Xiaoshu was stood over that wall. Gala was throwing bombs at him, so they obviously knew he was there, but then just kind of didn't respond to that fact. Bit of a weird one, but either way, 6-6 on the scoreboard. LNG still pretty far ahead, it has to be said. Even with that fight going the other way, it's going to be down to that Ocean Soul. That is the linchpin now for RA.
So, what's the next phase of play? No Dragon for a little while. There's Baron up. Who has good Baron speed? I mean, Ziggs is okay at it. Has the Leandries. The Corki can also help. Ivan's not particularly good at killing Baron, but he's very good at turning off of it, because he can tank it with Daisy. You can use Daisy to control these choke points. RA need to be careful about that, but the Baron shouldn't get rushed too quickly if it does slip off a vision. They'll have themselves a decent window of time to respond if it comes through to it. Don't want to leave it too long, though. If Baron does go down, this game probably goes with it because of the pushing power of that Ziggs with the waves behind him. You're also waiting for Xiaoshu's flash to come back up. They don't really want to fight without that one, so perhaps RA want to close down the game. Just slow it down a little bit now until they have the tools to fight. Nope, they're just landing hooks.
Oh, what a hook. Scout caught in the pit. He might just go down here, but no, it's flipped on his head. Scout's still going. Flushed out of the pit now. Scala rejoins the gang. Hung setting it all up as Xiaohao finds himself alone. And in the
Solo
meantime,
kill.
Zuka got a solo kill on Xiaoshu.
So, even the Kennen counterpick matchup into the top lane of the Jax doesn't work out on the bot side of the map. And suddenly, LNG, we were just saying, well, they might just be able to play around the Baron, but they should be able to force it that quickly. Doesn't matter anymore. They get the fight after RA kind of fight with their tools are down. They didn't have the Kennen. They didn't have the ability to close down that first pick. And the game is probably going to fall away from them at this point. It is a full team Baron with the Jax winning in the side lane, with Scout and Gala being able to shred through towers. RA, after having a great fight around the Dragon, can't match it again around the Baron.
It feels a little disappointing for RA, honestly, considering they won the last time these two teams clashed. And after that last game, they were ahead for most of it. And LNG have sort of sorted themselves out a bit in this series, it has to be said. And now the Baron, it looked like Scout was caught. It looked like Scout was going to be the one that went down, but just instantly turned on its head. And we're seeing the kind of late game power of this Ivan.
Absolutely, and again, it's not a common pick in the LPL, but having the redemption, the shields, it can help you just be a bit tankier on the people who are first targeted. Hung being the first person going in this time. That's a heck of a bomb.
I mean, they didn't even hit the CC. Like, that was only a slow, and it's still like 2/3 of his health off of the back of Gala's bombs. If the rockets from Corki and the bombs from Gala weren't enough, they've now got cannonballs from the minions as well. The siege can continue.
Xiaoshu doesn't have flash.
From Xiaoshu. What can he get done here?
He doesn't have flash still, and this is why I was saying around that last Baron, honestly, RA needed to chill out for a bit, wait for Xiaoshu's flash to come back. He's going right back into the enemy. What is he doing?
He just TP'd so he can recall in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, he's really going for distance traveled here or something, and Xiaoshu
Has he got
he's
the
not
new
even
boots?
recalling.
He's trying to get him upgraded.
I don't get it, man. Now, there is no way that LG have wards right there, but he's not back at base.
I mean,
he can't defend the fight.
Hung's just like, I'm just going to send it. Just dives into the middle of 4 people with 0 follow-up, and it somehow is working out a route now. Lands and Zika behind enemy lines, jumps over to the rest of his team, and TP comes in, supers.
He cancelled his recall again!
Xiaoshu, what are you doing, man? Get back to the base! It's exactly the same as Xiaohao on the Dragon last game. RA just in shambles in the late games here today. This has been, to be honest, this hasn't been a great series for either team, but LNG looking like the better of the two right now.
Xiaoshu has his flashback up now, but he can't use it because it feels like RA have just messed up their kind of resets and their angles to this fight. They're going to get themselves out of their base for the first time in a little while, but even with that, you know, you can have some teleports back onto the map from LNG. They're going to get the Solar Flare back, it already is back. The only thing that's missing is the Mega Inferno bomb.
LNG have managed to throw fights before. It's certainly possible. Zika on the flank. Vikla the target now as he's in the pit alone. Jumps out, keeps himself safe. LNG I mean, they've got a super minion bot. Did they just
do.
ignore the Drake and try and end the game?
Yeah, but the problem is, right now, they're actually quite
Scout
clumped
TV.
for Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu could potentially flash ult 4 of them, and that would be dangerous. They're going in now. They can't clump into the cannon.
Xiaoshu tries to move forward. Solar Flare onto him. The Hunt just engages onto him instead. Bomb across the rest of the team. That is Ocean
But the
Soul.
game's
The
ending!
TV comes out from Scout. This is what we talked about. And the solo laners just go for a kill on the Nexus instead. Wei cancelling recalls, keeping this going. LNG, forget the Drakes. They just won the Nexus.
Rare Adam, they are absolutely blown away in the late game by LNG. There are a lot of worries about LNG, and honestly, this series probably won't do away with all of them. It was still a bit of a mess. I think the team fights need to be looked at from both sides, but all the same, really important victory from LNG. Important that they get a 2-0 as well. That'll help them in terms of game score. This puts them on a pretty good trajectory to go towards top 2 in this group and to go out of this group in Group A, should the other results not have too many upsets involved in them.
Do you know the funniest thing to me?
Yeah.
That's 2 games in a row where RA traded a Drake for a game. Both
Don't say
games
it like
ended
that.
RA overforcing the Drake and losing the game for it. That was silly to say the least. But I mean, to be fair, I think that was a very hard late game scenario to play out for RA with 2 inhibs gone, 1 Nexus Tower remaining, and enemy solo laners TPing into your base. It's always going to be hard, but yeah, I mean, Gala doing real good. Gala's doing real good. That Ziggs looked fantastic.
Yeah, and I think that being able to play towards the Ziggs as well is something that we haven't always seen. We saw BLG play a couple of Ziggs games. They actually played towards strong side top lane instead of say, oh, Ziggs will wave clear. Ziggs is great if you force onto him early. You can get so many plates, and you can see what can happen when you have a good CC composition for the Ziggs to get a load of damage. It really felt like Gala was just not taking any prisoners that game.
Yeah, I mean, that was something else from Gala. Gala just literally wailing. The fact that he gets 10 plates with first strike constantly proccing, plus kills, like, the fact that he was, what was it, 14 minutes he finished his second item plus boots?
Something like that, yeah.
It's just obscene. The fact that this late game was, like, some of these fights were pretty damn close. It's kind of a big question mark, honestly, for LNG. When you've got a single individual that far ahead.
Yeah, it's a rough thing, right? Because I think what we're seeing again is a problem with LNG and how they position and clump up in big team fights. Realistically, if Xiaoshu gets himself a good ultimate in that last fight too, there's a chance they lose that fight.
Yeah.
Legitimately,
Yeah,
they're walking as a 4-man unit. They don't have an exhaust. They went for the ignite on the Leona, which is completely fine for laning phase and snowballing. But you can't clump up everyone for a big cannon ult. That's how you lose the game. The fact that they were potentially in a position where they could have ended up, getting contested towards the very end of that game was a bit of an issue, but they still walk away with the win. That means they still get themselves in a better position to get in towards that Group A. We see that Xiaoshu, majority of the damage for RA, and a lot of that was in team fight settings too, but it is absolutely eclipsed by the over 1,000 damage per minute Gala Ziggs.
Yeah, and I mean, Xiaoshu, definitely the highlight player for RA in that team fight ulting, but the fact that he's getting solo killed in the side lane, that's just sort of not acceptable. Like, you can't afford to be solo killed in the side lane, especially when you're getting the counter pick. So definitely RA, just a lot to be fixed coming out from this series. A bit of a tough one coming out for them. Let's take another look. I love that Wei both games level 3, hitting that top lane and getting something going.
Oh yeah, because LNG, they were memed on to the point where Top Esports, their promo picture against them for one of their series in spring was their turtle shell, because that's just how slow LNG play. I think that Wei and having Gala on such a good follow-up champion as well really accelerated both the games. Of course, it applied to the center to some degree too, but it really applied to how Wei was approaching the early game, even with champions that weren't necessarily that good in the early game. They're not the Xin Sao, they're not the Lee Sin, they're not something like that. It didn't matter to him. And I think LNG, there at least are positives to take away. This isn't just like I know we've been very harsh on their team fighting. We have to be, because the LPL is such a team fighting region. And moments like this gave us some question. But make no mistake, there were still some improvements from this game, and hopefully they can keep building on them. I really want LNG to be that team we knew from last year that could take games off of the very best teams in our league and be a real contender for the league. They're far cry from that right now, but they're building. Again, hopefully they're building.
It does feel like progress, just, you know, not necessarily as clean as you would like. It's like, it's progress with some caveats, right? And if they can work on those caveats just a little bit. This is the solo kill that we never got to see live, as it is literally just Zika sort of walking at him, and then hits W at the end. Nice.
It reminds me of, when you talk about like the caveats, it's like, oh, well, it reminds me of a quote from The Simpsons, like, well, the short answer is yes with an if, the long answer is no with a but. It feels like one of those very roundabout answers. We're like, well, how do you feel about LNG today? Let's sit down, shall we, and see what we can take away from the positives and the negatives. I'm largely pretty happy on an individual level from most of the players there. Don't know what Scout was doing in that Corky, that for a brief 5 minutes in that game. But yeah, they do walk away with a 2-0. And again, as we said, that game difference can be really important. Our second series of the day is also going to be within the same group. So we get to really zoom in on what this means for this group and how that will potentially shape up the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, well, yeah, to be honest, this kind of returns everything to somewhat relevant.
Where it should have been.
Relative normalcy of like top esports and LNG are now clear favourites to leave the group again after the first round robin, leaving us with a lot of question marks to be answered. Well, the question marks have sort of been answered. I mean, not in gameplay, but in terms of scores, they've been answered, I guess. I don't.
Just look at the tables. This case will allow you to use results-based analysis. It's a rare treat for you. You can have that just for this time, because you look onto the Rift and I think the wonderful and terrible thing about LPL, because sometimes I sat there with such anxiety, because I know that every single game we can flip results very, very easily. I think particularly with teams like RA, which have occasionally been very, very good. Teams like OMG, heck, the last time they played against top esports was an absolute mess of team fights. It was wonderful. They nearly walked away with a couple of those team fights as well, but they couldn't seal out those games. It's one of the beautiful and horrible things about the LPL. You just don't know what you're getting next.
No, you really don't. And, well, we know what we're getting next is top esports versus
well,
OMG. But what will actually happen in the games is that's a whole different question. OMG, though, so far really struggling. 0-3. The one game that they've won was against Rare Atom. We'll see if they can button up some stuff later on today. I'm not feeling confident for them because we saw this 4 days ago, and while they look good in some fights, overall it looked very top esports favoured. But we'll get into that in a few minutes. Let's round out LNG versus RA first, as I believe we'll have our MVP coming up. And it will be Weiwei on the Ivan.
Well, I think that Gala maybe robbed a little bit from this one, but then again, he was set up really well by his team. I think there's some ifs and buts about that. Personally, I think Gala played that game exceptionally well, but Weiwei, we did talk about how he has really revolutionized the early game of LNG in both of the games today, even on champions which are not meant to be the early game gankers. He got early game kills in both of his games. And yeah, he walks away with a double MVP from today. His only 2 MVPs of Summer so far. LNG, they've not won that many games to get themselves a lot of MVPs. Yeah, I think Weiwei probably had the largest glow-up of any individual player from LNG so far, particularly because of that early game.
Yeah, definitely an improvement from Weiwei today, which is really, really good to see. Gala's still looking really good. I think Hung looked pretty good today as well. His Leona especially really good in that second game. I feel like he was doing a lot to deny that RA engage and kind of sort of pseudo engage, like the kind of engage onto the Kennen in that last fight where it kind of just stops him being able to make things happen. Some creative play coming out from Hung there. But that is going to be our first series done and dusted already. Faster than I think most people would have been expecting after the last time these two teams clashed, but it's a 2-0 for LNG. We're going to jump into a quick break, and then we'll be back. We'll be headed to Shanghai for top esports versus OMG.
closer, but with a deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down.
Hello and welcome back, children of the LPL, to more fearless action. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Nomira. You can see on the screen, we're back in Shanghai. That's the beautiful pun right in front of you there, as we head towards Top Esports versus OMG. And, you know, we were just talking in the break there. This series is never not a banger. Like, even if it's one-sided, the games are still chaotic, they're still fun. And there's quite a bit of shared history between these two teams.
Oh yeah, this matchup really promises bloodshed and it promises a tight amount of kills. It's exactly what happened the last time around where Top Esports walked away, of course, with a 2-0 victory. And that must have felt really, really good for two players on this organization. One of them's on the Rift, of course, that's Cream, who was part of the fan-favorite generation of OMG's roster. But of course, there's Despair in the background as well as their coach, who used to, of course, be the coach of that very same OMG roster. So it feels like, again, of all of kind of like the great breaking of a fan favorite team, I feel like OMG and the parts which have gone away have felt like they've had this healthy rivalry, and the players which have stepped into the shoes of OMG have actually managed to do quite well considering they've had low expectations.
Yeah, I feel like we've got a couple of fan favorite players in this roster, but not necessarily from their time on OMG. Like PP God, you know, built his reputation on V5 and then has been, it kind of went from strength to strength for a bit on OMG, not as much so recently. Angel, a similar story, where already a very famous player in his own right, but not necessarily been able to do that much on this team just yet since Cream left. We'll see if he can do a little bit more to fill those shoes. Over on the side of Top Esports, his opposite man there in the mid lane, Cream, leaving OMG last year, joining Top Esports this year, and now, I mean, he's been playing on the international stage. Like, it's been he's in the spotlight now, you know, on Top Esports, and needs to continue to perform in amongst legends on this roster.
Yeah, and it feels like Cream has done an awful lot of work to not just be the melee assassin player, the Akali Yone Silas player. His best champions have arguably been Karma and Hui after his time on this roster. And I think that's the bonus of being on a team with 4 players who, as you said, are complete legends. If you were to be a rookie yourself and step into any team in that kind of position, you'd want to be in that position because you're surrounded by so many people who can support you, give you advice, and give you space to grow from being a promising player into being truly elite.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of guidance available to you, like when you get to that late game scenario that the rookie kind of makes the bad move and throws the game, like in that VOD review, you can literally ask those players like, okay, what would you have done? And have so many different perspectives, has such deep insight onto those players. It's a fantastic place to be. You know, not the greatest.
I love you bring that up. Because, like, you know that play about flying into the enemy team as well? That also happened in this matchup, OMG versus Top Esports. The Kai'Sa play from the end of last year was legitimately Cream flying into 5 people as Kai'Sa. I don't think the veterans can tell you much about that play, but it's fun that there's that. True.
Can.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
If there's one person in the league that knows about diving into the enemy team, it's Jackulum. And he's done that in a big final as well. So, you know, plenty of space to learn within that roster. OMG definitely gonna be up against it today. We've seen this series very recently, just 4 days ago. Obviously, this is double round robin for anyone that's out of the loop. This is now a rematch of the series. Top Esports won that 2-0, but it was a fun series. There was a lot of action, a lot of fighting, and there were definitely some fights where it felt like OMG could have won. Perhaps just small changes is what's required.
I think even then, they actually won some fights, but they weren't prepared for the second fight when teleports came in off the respawns. And it's stuff like that. So, you know, OMG, they are a talented skirmishing team. And one of the problems we had in the first series today is that, well, it feels like some of these teams, they're not really hitting the mark when it comes to team fights. I think OMG can, despite the fact that they realistically have underperformed in summer. I know when we introduced the roster, I said that OMG haven't had great expectations, and I think from spring, actually, they did quite well considering they brought in, you know, rookies now in AD carry and in jungle with Xiaofeng and Starry. But in summer, after losing to Rare Atom in that series and, you know, losing every series in their first round robin, they will have to pick up the slack an awful lot to kind of keep pace with what they achieved in spring.
Yeah, I mean, Abel leaving the roster as well, so Starry now the only AD carry on the roster. We saw some good stuff from Starry in spring while they were sort of sharing the position. Starry definitely a promising player, but, you know, still very fresh.
BLG?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You can't sniff at that, can you? But definitely some growth required from this OMG squad. I feel like at this point, to be fair, actually, it's worth mentioning, if they lose this series, it is, I think, just impossible. No, not quite impossible, actually. I was going to say if they lose this series, it's impossible for them to make it into Group A. But because LNG and Rare Atom have already played each other, technically it would be possible still to make it, I think.
I think if they won their last 2 series, they could go to 2 and 4. But they would need RA and LNG to well, no, I think it's, you know what, I'm going to say it, I think they can just about make it. Maybe there's some game score stuff, but all the same, it's hard.
Win both of their series and Top Esports to beat LNG and Rare Atom, and then you'd have 3 teams on 2 and 4. So it's, even if OMG loses today, it is still theoretically, mathematically possible. I feel like the odds of that are extremely low.
I think they would also have to win every single game and go 6-0 to match on game score. So it's,
I assume
they're up against it, folks.
Because Rare Atom and LNG's game score would also lose by 4, right? So.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh yeah, no, that actually changes this. You know what, buddy? You're actually ahead of you're ahead of the thought process from it. Either way, folks, they're still up against it. They're still going to win a lot of games, and they haven't. Well, they've won 1 game so far, folks. That was versus Rare Atom.
We kind of set expectations pretty high here.
Yeah, look, I'm just saying. We said before the break, you don't really know how to predict. The LPL teams are weird here. They have fantastic bounce backs. It feels like it's really hard to count many teams out, and when they're up against it, some strange things can happen. OMG definitely one of those teams. This will need to be truly some Herculean effort, though, to get through as top 2 in this group.
It certainly will be. As as they step out onto the stage, dawning beams shine and planets sparkle. Whereas Top Esports, let's go to the top. You know, they keep it simple with their slogan. Absolute superstar stepping out onto the stage now. You know, fresh from MSI and looking to continue domestic dominance. They are 3-0 in their group so far. And they haven't dropped a single game just yet, and I imagine that they're hoping to keep that performance rolling, wanting to go flawless in the group. It's just them and JDG currently that have not dropped a game. Billy lost a singular game against WE, so Top Esports still in the running for cleanest group stage.
And I really think with Maokai coming onto the roster as another coach as well, of course, great EDG fame. Yes, he's had a rough couple of performances with his teams he's led recently, but he has pedigree. And I really think that Top Esports, after being humbled at MSI and having a lot of macro woes to worry about, and also, of course, I think is it Xie that's come into the mid lane as well to be kind of like somewhat of a substitute, but mainly a positional coach for Cream as well. I think Top Esports have added a couple of very useful tools to their roster, even if it doesn't change the faces on the Rift. I am hoping they can grow to the point where when we do see them in Group A, when we see them presumably in playoffs, unless there's a huge collapse in the team, that we can see them grow at the top end of their game.
Yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning that Xie point as well, that this is a player with a huge amount of experience, and while, you know, on the later stages of his career, maybe not, you know, one of the top mid laners in the LPL or anything like that, but when you go back to like 2017, he won the LPL on WE over RNG 3-0 there. He like that. Everyone thinks back to like Xie Mystic as like that two-carry duo that went like semi-finals at MSI, semi-finals at Worlds. Like, he's a player with a massive amount of experience behind him, and so much he would be able to teach Cream, because honestly, I feel like the thing everyone wants Cream to have is more experience, so that he's like, I feel like maybe at MSI it was a bit of nerves, a bit of, you know, that side of things. If there's one thing Xie's got, is the experience and how to deal with those scenarios, right? So I feel like it's a match made in heaven.
I have really fond memories of the Spirit Xie Mr. Ross from 2015. That was a time. The great thing about teams, I mean, obviously OMG, another historic ball. You can go back for so many of these teams and think back to, like, misty-eyed back to days of, you know, before, obviously OMG, one of the original teams. They had that 2013 team that went to Worlds with, was that the Cool roster? Yeah, Cool, the original mid laner of that one as well. It's really fun to track how you're going, to track kind of the history of these teams. And, you know, weirdly, Top Esports, for me, they still seem like they were one of the newer orgs when it comes to the legendary few. But even they, of course, at this point, they have such an amount of history behind them, and I think Top Esports have become like they're maybe the newest legends to the scene. Them and JDG, that kind of school. It's nice to think of how they stack up historically against some of the real old giants now.
It's crazy, isn't it, to think back all that way? Even teams like LGD that did succeed way back when haven't really been able to replicate that. Most of the other big teams from back in there have managed to repeat performances to some extent. IG perhaps one that's been lacking more recently, but either way, let's see if OMG can make it back up to the top after they had such an incredible roster, including Cream, that got them so far. Nearly got them to internationals. Let's see if this new iteration of the roster can dig deep and find something more than what we saw 4 days ago.
And remember, that Cube no longer starting as top laner for OMG as well. Harry coming in to replace outgoing Cube. So they've had themselves some roster worries also in the group stage. It's not just Abel leaving the roster. This team's had to do a lot of shifting around on the rosters and the seats on stage as well. Getting through into this draft, we're having a couple of those AP champions removed. Both of the big AD mid laners in Tristana and Corki left available. Could also potentially go for something like a priority jungler too.
I want to know what they're talking about. Like, whatever it is hilarious. And I want to be in on that joke. It's going to be Xiaofeng slamming the mid league first pick here. Top Esports. Remember, static shift changes. Zeri, Sivir, these kind of picks that can use and abuse that static shift very effectively could become higher priority. Jackie loves a bit of Zeri.
And that'll be something that we potentially look towards later on. Oh, that'll be such a mean thing to do. Take both of the priority AD mid laners in the Tristana and the Corki. I'd imagine that they just gonna pass that one over. Angel, very strong with the Corki, had some good games on that against top esports in their first time showing them just a few days ago. I think we're likely seeing the AD carry trade from both of these mid laners.
Do you know, the funny thing to me is if that Corki had been locked in for top esports, you could send Tristana bot, which is kind of the OMG thing. when Abel was on the roster, he was the one that loved that Tristana bot. Mordekaiser's going to be locked in for 369. We've seen this time and time again to take on that Skarner. We've seen it to varying levels of success, but the better top laners in the league typically look dominant on the pick.
We've seen 3 answers to Skarner. We've seen Twisted Fate, Rumble, and then the Mordekaiser. And 369 has been the Mordekaiser guy. We saw Wayward have a decent game on it, but it feels like if you really trust yourself to win in the 1v1 and not get caught out by some ganks early, Mordekaiser, once he stays ahead of that Skarner, proves a problem in early game and then also in team fights. When you have something like the Nidalee, you need to be very aware of early game lanes and how they're being played around. So if 369 can play well around this, Cream, we know he's a great Tristana as well. Of course, got a number of solo kills up at MSI with this champion too. I think that even though the Nidalee is an early game powerhouse, you need to really see Xiaofeng pay respect to the power of the solo laners from top esports already locked in.
Certainly does do that if he finds a way to impact those solo lanes. But Zyra ban, I love that we're seeing a Zyra ban. Like, we've not even seen that much Zyra, to be honest, but like, just the threat of it,
is
you
there.
know, the fear of that pick just makes me chuckle. These AP junglers really have shaken things up in the LPL. Yeah, I mean, Karthus still up for a ban, but going to be left open if TN does want to go in that direction.
I think you can potentially even just lock in the Ziggs and give last pick jungle again. I feel like jungle is in a great position to last pick in the current meta. It feels like there's so many different options. You can see the entirety of the enemy team and just think, okay, can I deal with the Nidalee with the lanes that she has paired up with them as well, or will I have my lanes coming to support me, which changes the jungle matchup? That can be some thought processes coming through. Instead, actually, they say, right, let's go hold potentially AD carry for last pick flex. The Lilia coming through will definitely help combo up with the Leona for engage later on.
So AP jungler there, and like you say, leaving that AD carry until last, or at least marksman until last pick. AD carry doesn't feel appropriate at the minute. As the Varus, wouldn't be too surprised to see that one. There's even a lethality angle with this draft with the Corki and the Nidalee as well. You can just go sort of full poke. EP God goes for that big engage tool of the round.
So Starry, what are you going to go towards here? You'd want something that can control the lane, because you're already looking at a top lane and a mid lane which are arguably losing push early. Tristana pushes Corki in, Mordekaiser can go back and forth with that Skarner, but you want something to kind of give Nidalee a platform. And Xiaofeng, of course, LDL jungler coming up towards OMG. Done a lot of good work, but he needs to have himself a good platform to face off against TN in the jungle across the rift from him. Of course, one of our very best junglers in the LPL, especially when he's on form and completely locked into the game. Now with the last pick AD carry top, he's also want to contest that priority at bot lane, so they lock in the Jhin.
Jhin's been played by Jackie Love once so far this split, and he got 18 KDA on the pick, so it did look pretty good. So far in his career, he's 12-7 on the Jhin. It's not necessarily a pick that you think of Jackie Love for, but then I said that about the Ziggs the other day, and I immediately got like 3 different messages saying, I remember Jackie Love playing Ziggs in 2023, and it looked great, okay. Like, all right, I'll just say it's not a signature, guys. Yeah, plenty of potential to set up for Cream and TN to carry, though.
That's, again, another thing which feels like it's because of the weight of games we have in the LPL. We play so much here. The players which you think you know, the players you think have their iconic champions, it says they got a million behind that too. You can actually be very good at picks, even if they're not necessarily part of your top 5. When you've played hundreds of games in your career, you can see people pick out some extra stuff too. I really think that with the fearless drafting coming into this split, we get to increase our knowledge on that degree as well.
We certainly do, as we head into game 1 here. Top esports versus OMG. And we'll see what OMG can bring to bear against, let's be honest, an incredibly tough opponent, one of the favourites to take the entire LPL. Fresh back from, I keep saying fresh back from MSI, it's a few weeks ago now, but one of our representatives on the international stage. And in their most recent series, TN looking really, really good. Double MVP in the previous series against OMG. Let's see if he can be in form again today.
I really think that jungle matchup should really inform how this one goes. He had the Nidalee last time. Xiaofeng gets a stab at it now. Game number 1.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Them some one-sided gyos right there.
Can you tell who's favourites here? Can you tell who's got the crown on their back? I don't know. It wasn't obvious to me.
I just love that we laid out for the gyos and then immediately 369 just like whomp whomp with his mace in the face. Oh dear. Here we go then. It's going to be a bit of a, well, I was going to say a bit of a late mate, not really, just getting some vision here from OMG. Both junglers seem to be starting on that top side though, so could be interesting. We could have a bit of a collision down in the bottom lane later on.
And both these junglers farm very quickly on once they get up to it. They don't always have the fastest first clear. Nidalee used to have an insane first clear when you could auto reset when you changed forms and a bunch of other things. Very mechanically proficient clear it used to be. They've changed some of that now, so it's easier to clear with it, but it doesn't have that same top end. Of course, once you get that first back, both of these junglers will want to be getting ahead. You need to see how many camps they can secure from the enemy jungle. A lead in the jungle with AP junglers can be actually very important.
Certainly can, and it's very snowballable as well. Like both of these, as Mako finds a Zenith Blade, pushing forwards to just continue trading here. Fourth shot available. Jackalope tried to save it for Starry, but needed to reload. Needs to continue to contest that wave. I do believe Starry and PP God should hit level 2 first. You see Jackalope and Mako back it off on the minimap as such.
And that's going to be quite important because remember, this Varus kind of came in to say, look, we need to have a lane which is going to have really good control to be able to allow PP God to join up with Xiaofeng, maybe get some value out of this Nidalee in terms of the early duelist potential that they have. Level 2 will be hit soon though by Jackie and Mako though, and they can follow up very quickly with stuff like the Deadly Flourish from that Jhin into your own jungle should Xiaofeng go a look.
Xiaofeng spotted by that ward as he continues to plow through those camps. The observers are very keen on this bottom lane. I'm constantly on edge that I'm worried that it's all about to kick off. Starry managing to space out away from that fourth shot. And rightly so. I love the way that when you see a good Jhin player in action, they'll hold that fourth shot as long as is reasonable without missing CS and without missing a potential window to just keep people away, to use that fourth shot as a zoning tool.
You can even trust, it means that you can sometimes use your Q to farm as well with that too, and just hold onto your fourth shot a little longer. It's I remember when Jhin was released, there was a lot of talking about the farming. It's maybe about fighting right now though. So we do see both junglers, as you said, both on the bot side of the map.
It's all about the crab right now. Xiaofeng trying to move over. Tien gets it, pushing in the other direction though, so shouldn't be any way for Xiaofeng to contend this one. And actually, Tien's got the inside track. I wasn't sure if he would maybe try and move up towards that top crab as well, but it looks like he just goes for the reset.
Angel's going to be able to teleport back in towards mid lane as well. The reason that bot lane crab goes over towards Tien is because Cream has the push in mid lane on the Tristana, and we said that actually one of the big things about playing Nidalee in this kind of matchup is having pushing lanes to make sure you get access to camps. He doesn't get the double crab or the bottom crab in this case as well, because Cream has that pushing lane. That's why we mentioned it before. It's quite far from Mako.
Yeah, perhaps further than he actually intended there, but luckily for him, not quite underneath the tower. I think that was mere pixels away though, as Angel having to respect Cream here. Angel already having used that TP as well. Cream hasn't head back to base yet. I wonder if he will reset on this next wave and go for the cull himself.
Which they could also just look towards as many fighting options as possible to just utilize that early game power. Maybe just not go in for that cull and just say, look, I want to get control earlier than you can. make value out of that one. Haven't really talked about top lane while this happens as well. Mordekaiser has been an LPL answer into the Skarner. 369 has been very good at this pick. He was even playing it though, even back in spring playoffs. He was the one player who really pulled that out, and he was really, really good at kind of utilizing the power spike of this champion to be an annoyance in team fights and be an individual lane menace at the same time. So have to track whether he can get ahead of the game. Might be put behind by Xiaofeng. There's an angle up here.
I'll look for it. He's not yet level 6. Oh, the synergy. Not quite there. Harry just joining this squad. And, oh, hang on. He just hit level 6. Xiaofeng can't do this on his own. 369 walks away.
He walks away with it. 2 missed spears, and then Italy can't get good value. 369 gets the ultimate, walks away. Important moment. We talked about how if you mess with the Mordekaiser's lane, you don't get ahead of the Skarner, and you can fall behind and become a little bit less relevant. Tien now going to get found out by PP-God, but because of that play towards top side, Tien gets into the enemy jungle, gets a camp away. That's important for the jungle matchup too. 369 surviving in the 1v2 buys an advantage for his team.
He didn't even have to use the ultimate either. That's the impressive thing, is just the threat of it alone is enough to force Xiaofeng away. Now Pink Ward in the top side. Top Esports looking towards those grubs potentially. As the battle for mid-prio here at 6 minutes into the game. 3 players from either side in the area. As Top Esports now starting these grubs off. Remember, 369 has that ult if he moves down.
And he has the flash to get run on top of the Nidalee. That's the Zenith Blade missing though, so Xiaofeng doesn't get locked down.
Cream uses the ultimate onto PP-God to get him away. Everyone else grouping up with 369. Angel and Cream just tussling it on the bottom side of the players. Now the pinch comes out onto the rest of OMG. It's a double ult from Harry, but no follow-up from the rest of the team. Angel now trying to step forwards, but Cream still threatening on the backside. 369, I believe, has taken PP-God into the death realm here, and he's trying to find that 1v1, but doesn't have that much damage just yet. This is an absolute mess. 4 players stood on top of the other 4. Damage across both teams. Mako goes down. Xiaofeng finds first blood. Cream now has gone too deep for the play. Flashes over the wall. Angel flashes after him and should finish the job. It's going the way of OMG right now as 369 tries to escape over towards Tien again. Tien on the wrong side of the map. The dots coming out. Can they actually find these kills though? PP-God trying to step forwards, looking for 369, but he's not tanky enough. The door is taken away. Tien might just be able to carry this one. He looks for Angel next for the double kill, and now on to Harry he goes. The movement speed is enough. Tien takes over.
It's the unofficial quadra kill for Tien. Hits level 6 midway through the fight and could have even used that to clean up another. He was ready to keep going. We promised blood, and blood is what we got. 7 kills in towards that top side. Oh my word. Top Esports walk away with 2 of the grubs, a load of gold, and they get themselves into a really good position in this early game, because also the big matchup which was just affected by this was the jungle matchup. The Nidalee gets harder to play as the game goes on, and the Lily is going to have more value.
Oh boy, Starry now in trouble. Mako level 5 sets up the CC chain. Oh, the full try hits! Starry flashes, just gets out, and the deadly flourish from Jaculum as well. My goodness, that was tense.
Yeah, PP-God hops over his AD carry with that crash down and almost gets him killed. Very lucky to get away with that one, but Top Esports flexing the muscles once more. This will be a replay of the top side. Of course it has to be. Mako misses the Zenith Blade at the first, and I think that Top Esports are very, very lucky the fact that Angel doesn't have mana for this fight. I think if he does, that's a dead Cream. You have the numbers advantage towards the top side to get to this point, but he can't finish off that play, which means that you have both mid lanes turning back towards this, and Angel can't affect it anymore. As we said, 369 still had that ult from the earlier play. He hit level 6 in the 1v2, but didn't use that ultimate. He gets to stack up his Conqueror, keeping that big fight. Tien stacking up the Conqueror at the same time. You'll notice also that you've got players like Xiaofeng who have themselves the first strike. Less rune value in this early game from the side of OMG, and I think that does make a sizable difference. Tien just keeps walking forward, keeps stacking Conqueror, gets a huge amount of damage, and gets to rejoin the fight. It's an absolute mess, and Top Esports, credit to them for sticking to it, remaining calm, readjusting when they have the cooldowns back up, and taking the 2v2 at the end of 2v3 rather at the end of this.
Pretty sure the only thing that hurt TN this entire fight was the turret. Like, that's literally the only thing that hurt him. Oh, I guess the blue buff got a hit in there as well.
Good job, blue buff.
Unofficial quadra kill for TN. Like you say, the Conqueror must have got so much value. And I saw before the replay, that was a casual 7.5-minute Leandrix finished off for TN, by the way. That is a terrifying little deer.
And this is the kind of game where if you get really far ahead as TN, you can kind of get yourself, much in the game earlier when the LeBlanc could get an early QSS, if you get an early Zhonya's this time for TN, when you already have your damage, I think that this Lilia is going to absolutely pop. He walked away with the double MVP last time against OMG, just playing on Wednesday. And I think you can understand why OMG are a little bit afraid of this guy. They first picked the Nidalee away from him, which he got one of those MVPs on earlier in the week, but it feels like the Lilia is just as potent.
Yeah, we're looking towards a triple MVP at this rate, honestly. Yeah. TN feeling good about this matchup, apparently.
If they 4-0 them, does that mean that they won?
2,500 damage at a 7-minute fight?
Like, if they 4-0 them in the same week, do they actually win a best of 7 against them? Is that how that works? First to 4? Is that how it works?
I guess so, yeah. I guess they have. I have to say, it's been a long time since we saw a format like this in the LPL. Harry, I mean, I'm not sure he's really done much with the ultimate there. Kind of held him in the passive range for a long time. 369 finds the kill, sets it up for TN to get an assist as well.
One of the reasons why Mordekai's are really good against Skarner. Skarner can often W out of plays if he feels like he's too far up the lane. You can just scuttle away. Can't do that when the Realm of Death keeps you in a certain boundary. 369 just burns him down, and that's going to be a big problem. He doesn't have the ult for this fight. Harry doesn't have teleport to get back to it, though, so even though you don't have the Realm of Death, very happy to take the fight with the numbers advantage.
3 grubs for TES. They'd love to get more, and the smite guarantees that 4th one. That was the spear. Going forward, Mako trying to find it. The solar flare down, and an easy kill onto Xiaofeng. Top esports are not messing about today.
Mako has been really aggro around these grub fights, and understandably so. He really trusts his team to come out with the winning fight if someone's locked down. You can also see that Angel, yes, he's doing a good job of getting some chunks onto Cream at the start of fights. After his Valkyrie is down, you can tell that Top Esports are really happy to take the fight when the Corki's not in range to follow up. They have just had way better understanding of their spacing in fights, where their follow-up's coming from, and how much damage they have on the table. OMG falling behind in gold is going to make that calculation of that damage a lot harder to solve later into the game.
This is already feeling pretty tough for OMG, and we're not that far into things just yet. 2,000 gold lead, but it's where that gold is, right? 1,500 gold lead for TN at this point. He's looking towards Angel, who immediately has to respect that Valkyrie, because Mako's here too. You see Xiaofeng and PP God trying to answer that very same roam, but that's not a fair 3v3 at this point.
No, that's not a fair fight. And it feels like now as well, because OMG are losing across mid lane in terms of push, top lane definitely in terms of push too. 369 with the Rylai's means that Harry can't even walk up to the wave very easily. He's slowed. And when you're slowed, you get hit by skill shots like this. This matchup is going really off the rails. Top esports have all of the ability to play across the map.
Death Realm's about to come off cooldown as well, by the way. So Harry, you've got to be real cautious now. He has TP, so maybe could be worth just heading back to base, topping yourself off before you rejoin the fray. And Drake spawning in just over a minute as well. First one went the way of Top Esports. 5 grubs have gone the way of Top Esports. This is feeling like an objective masterclass so far. And look at Mako. This is a deep, deep flank from Mako. Xiaofeng pantsers out of the Zenith Blade.
Every time Mako throws that Zenith Blade, the world just stops and flips a coin and goes, are we fighting yet again? Because as soon as one bit of CC hits, I think that Tien's life becomes so easy. I think if Mako lands CC, Tien pops the ult off of a Swirl Seed, and the fight's pretty much over from OMG. OMG, the way they're going to win fights is by avoiding the CC first and jumping on a target of their own. If they can get themselves a Nidalee assassination off of a Varusol or something like that, then I still think they have a shot in this game. But as we said, as the game goes on, the Nidalee in particular gets harder to play. And I think that Top Esports across the board have quite an easy composition to follow up plays with. The burden of execution and the burden of the gold deficit as well, firmly on OMG Soldiers right now.
A lot of pressure for a roster that realistically is still fairly fresh as a 5, you know, especially with Harry now getting into the mix. See what they can do. Oh, PP God. Crashdown does sort of keep him safe a bit there, so Echo can't quite follow up. The timing of the crashdown was quite good there, cancelling the Zenith blade so that the Q can't follow it up.
And he didn't have an 80 carry to hop over and put them in the path of a 4th shot this time, see? No, he's learning as the game goes on. So Dragon's up, Herald's up. I want to see if Top Esports want to just contest the objective. I think they just want to fight.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. If I'm Top Esports, I just want to fight with how far ahead TN is in this game. OMG, though, looking like they want to contest as well. Cream forced away by Angel here, and PP God charging forwards as well. I wasn't sure who was going to go in to try push for the crack down there. As Angel trying to clear some vision. 2K, 2.8 on the Dragon. Xiaofeng in the pit. Tien in the area, flashes away from PP God, and that sets up for a Top Esports fight here. Solar Flare onto Angel as well, and the shots come in from Jackie Love. Easy as you like. Top Esports are running OMG over. This is brutal, as Tien isn't even done just yet. The W comes in, but the damage is enough to threaten.
Well, we were right about one thing. Top Esports just wanted to fight. We could have maybe seen a trade of the Herald and the Dragon trying to split the map a little bit, but Top Esports look at where OMG are positioning and say, right, no, square up, let's settle this. And they walk away with another fight. It's the great thing about this matchup. It doesn't matter even about the rosters in the last, 2 years of play. OMG Top Esports promises bare-knuckle fighting, and it just feels like Top Esports have rolled across with these early gold leads into much better situations. I think Angel's been playing pretty well to deny Cream the best entry into the fights, but that's about the end of the good news.
Yeah.
Top Esports are finding so many good entries into these fights. This is a little bit after the first bit too. You can see the flash out from Tien. If you don't catch that Lilia, Lilia just kind of ends the fight right now at this item break point.
Yeah, the double sleep as Angel is caught, so then you've got follow-up as well. I mean, it's gorgeous. Top Esports finish that one off as Harry and the Death Row once again, and he comes out of the Death Row but sees the entire gang has arrived in the top side. 369 sets up another. That's 6 kills on the Lilia.
Where did Mako come from? He just waltzes in from OMG's own jungle. I can expect Tien being there, but the Mako Leona as well. Don't underestimate him. He's been having a great game. But Tien, yeah, star of the show. He's comboing up really well with his top laner, comboing up even better with his support. I think that Mako is given such an easy job. 369 doesn't have the ult, does have flash. He's clearing out the wave. How much can you do in a 1v3?
Oh, nice flash from 369, and now everybody dives on top of the shield at the last second. I don't think it's enough. Xiaofeng nearly went down, but 3 people is enough to finish off the raid boss from the top side.
And raid boss, he is all the same. It's a big investment towards the bot side, takes a lot of time, and I think they will get themselves the tower off of this. It's gotta be surely, right? We're gonna go back to a replay of what happened before. Harry tried to run away, got that ult used on him, which was why it wasn't available for that bot side play. Thing is though, because OMG have invested so much into taking out the ultless Mordekaiser, you can see that Top Esports take down the mid lane out of turret, and they're really, again, just accelerating the game.
I thought Jackie Love was going to try and drift through the jungle there, and he just immediately hit a wall. Whether on purpose or not, I'm not really sure.
We should start a driving Hall of Fame for the LPL. We have Hacker, we have Xiaohao as well now. We need to start having inductions into the driving Hall of Fame for LPL. Forget any other Hall of Fame. That's the important one.
The DVLPLA. Yeah, so far we've got 2 people that have passed their driver's test. We'll see who else can. I'm pretty sure there was a couple of people that did some good jungle drifts in spring when it first came out. Maybe we'll need to compile a list at some point of who we trust to be the designated driver. Everyone else can have a drink.
They can. Design has ult this time, but he needs to pull it early. You don't want to be sat here in a 2v1.
Right, he just walks it off. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to do all this. I'll just literally walk away. They have no CC. Cream now stepping forwards. There is a ward behind him, but I don't think there's realistically any threat Harry's bringing to that table.
Not in that position. You'd need 2-3 people up towards top side. Cream feels he can push in there because he knows that, again, 369 takes the control of bot half of the map and people have to respond to him. Yes, he did die in that tower dive earlier, but it does mean that OMG had to reset from that. They were slower towards top side. Top Esports take themselves the blue buff on spawn because OMG tried to kill 369 bot side. They're late towards top lane. Top Esports minor advantage to them. And this is why it feels so suffocating to play against Top Esports. You see people overcommit somewhere on the map, and Top Esports just very calmly and quickly go somewhere else to get, even if it is just a minor advantage, something for the trouble of the other team committing too hard.
And it's really nice to see the timing as well from that, because Cream was already there waiting for the blue buff to spawn. Mako and Tien move over as well. Like, Cream has made sure that there is no contention, made sure no one else is in the area for the time being, and then they just quickly finish that blue buff as it spawns, like you say. Just suffocating style of play to have to go up against. Drake spawning soon. Byron is up in 10 seconds. Top Esports seem to be wanting to control that side of the map. Oh, the deadly flourish was going to land there. Mako goes pretty deep for this one. Has to flash away.
Has himself Merc Red, so it means that the CC chain doesn't quite materialize. 369, of course, very, very strong at being able to disrupt the back end of the fight. So even if you find yourself one of these really big engages, I feel like Top Esports, they just want to fight now. Now, whether that's around the Dragon or whether it's in the enemy jungle, Top Esports, if they get themselves a good fight, that's probably the game going with it at this point. Watch for Mako getting one of those big engages, probably not onto PB God. He's the one person who it's less impactful if he gets CC'd, if he crashes down. But OMG, they can't afford to lose a big fight now. That would be Baron. They're already going to give over Soul points. They're going to try and split the map and get, well, their objective bounties on the table now. That's how far behind the game they are. But they need to be very careful of the next fight of the game.
I want to see more from OMG, but I don't know if this is the game to be asking for more at this point. I feel like they are pretty far back. I don't know. OMG are just a fun team, you know. Even without that whole roster, I still like. I want to believe like players like PP God, players like Angel, always have some fun to bring to the table. Xiaofeng too, a player that's always had some, dare I say, mojo.
Oh, his Viego is so high on the mojo. When he gets towards that kind of champion, I love this guy. Like, I mean, we're at the point where we start talking about like the LPL ship of Theseus, where it's like, well, even if you change all the players, do we have the same kind of style? Going towards the 1v2.
Okay, ult comes out from Harry. 369 still has that Death Realm available and finally goes for a Harry, forced to flash within the Death Realm. Can he finish the job though? The Q lands, but the damage isn't quite there. Oh! The Leandries finishes the job. 369 solo kill.
Oh, you tried the 3v1 the last time, but he adds a checkbox to his checklist for the game. Kills someone in the outnumber. 369 walks away with a really important kill. It's another heavy commitment to one side of the map. I think OMG are quite lucky this time that Top Esports aren't really in position to start up the Baron, because I feel like if you're taking out 3 people's attention towards bot side and killing one, there should be a loss on the other side of the map. A rare point where it feels like Top Esports aren't immediately slamming the accelerator down once you've shown your hand on a side of the map.
Yeah. I mean, Cream finished off the tier 2, so they still get a good amount of gold.
Okay,
Just
yeah.
the fact that the Tristana isn't in the Baron pit, you've got a Jhin. Like, without the Tristana, the Baron is pretty slow. So, but the fact that we're 22 minutes in, and we're even considering a 3-man Baron, it says a lot about the state of this game.
Imagine if you had the Zyra, you know, you could just one-man it at that point. Makes the game so much easier. But yeah, I mean, this is the problem with the Mordekaiser into the Skarner. If you don't shut down the Mordekaiser, this is what they do later into the game. They are very obnoxious, and they can take out a person in that dedicated 1v1 within that timing window of that ult being up. This is why we're seeing it into the Skarner.
Absolutely fantastic timing on the grab there from 369-2. Pulls everyone, so just disrupts the potential burst and gives him that extra second to get damage down onto Harry. Now 369 joins the squad, and instead they're just going to start this one off. PP God has to be the one to try and get in there and just dissuade things, but it's already gone. Starry dodges the hook. I mean, Top Esports, they've already got the objective. They could just walk away, but I reckon they want to fight this one. Mako has that solar flare available. Mid-prio for OMG. They need to be so careful. Tien's hunting for a sleep. Mako is hunting for a solar flare. OMG showing strength, though, and pushing towards Tien. They will not just be bullied out here. Tien trying to escape, and looks like he will be able to get out.
You can see that they had a couple of wards left in their own jungle to play around. Maybe they could have caught out Tien on the retreat. But Top Esports showing, for once, discretion is the better part of Valor in this one. We have seen a couple of games today where there have been some team fights in the late game from the team with the advantage, and they throw things away. You want to avoid that if at all possible. Top Esports, they get themselves that back. They still get themselves it's the enemy team blue buff as well, another small advantage for them. They get the quick recalls, get themselves back onto the map. Minute and a half until the next dragon. They'll have huge items, but Cream, he's kind of left out of the memo here.
It just hops over the wall. He'll be okay. I just want to quickly point out on the scoreboard before we get to game-ending territory, it's almost a flame horizon in the jungle. Tien, we keep on seeing him go in and take that blue quadrant. Well, he's done it like 3 times in a row, I believe, there, which in the jungle is even more oppressive because you're denying your opponent that CS as well. He's just a few camps away from 100 CS advantage in the jungle. That is something you don't see often.
And Tien really adapting well to a lot of these farming junglers, and he might just be adapting well to the fights. He's going to pull the ult. No, he's not. He just goes back again. Has flash, though.
Won't be able to get out with their lives, but that's about all they get out with is the Baron of cannons now. Start to hammer away. There's only one tier 2 remaining for OMG. This Top Esports just, I mean, this is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. And I love that it's not even that aggressive. It's not that old school Top Esports just brute force things. This is clean gameplay coming out from the squad. Chain of Corruption comes out onto Cream here. We'll be able to rocket jump just in time. Tien forced to flash away as PP God goes into the back line, but he's gone, evaporated before our very eyes. Starry next on the chopping block, pulled in and finished off. 4th shot queued up, hits onto Angel into the fountain. I think Top Esports might just end the game here as Sharpbug loses half his HP to 1 auto attack. This is brutal. This is unbelievable. Top Esports not having any of it, and Cream getting a bonus one at the end of things. Jumps on towards Angel as well. Wants a bit of revenge for the early zoning that Angel was able to get off against him. But Cream, remember, he was the mid laner for OMG, and he makes sure that Angel remembers it.
There was only really one team on the Rift this game, Munch. OMG, they happened to be there, I suppose, but they weren't really playing. Top Esports control from beginning to end. I think that they played so well around the Lilia and the Leona. I feel like that jungle support has been just such on another level when it comes to LPL.
Yeah.
I even think when you're looking currently at BLG slumping a little bit, on current form, if you would play right now, and I get that BLG will be warming up and whatever, but right now, Top Esports have hit themselves with the ground running really well.
Yeah, honestly, they're looking in incredible form right now. Tien especially, double MVP in the previous series. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's secured himself another one here in game number 1. He's on a bit of an MVP streak. We're going to jump into a break and then find out how game 2 goes down.
comprehend. We cannot break, we cannot bend. We must find and strive.
Welcome back to the LPL, all of you TES fans and OMG mourners. Tough game number one for anyone that's cheering on OMG here at Top Esports. Going straight to the races with this one. I'm Lunchables, I'm joined by Nymera as we head towards game number two. Nymera, TN had a really good Lilia game, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, he did. And the thing about Tien is that, you know, he's ended up being humbled quite a lot at MSI and in LPL finals, but regionally this guy's still a beast. I think Top Esports just played around their combos incredibly well. We were assuming Tien was getting MVP. This one was a bit of a sitter. He was so far ahead of a Nidalee, who is entirely based on can you get ahead of the enemy jungler and keep them down. The answer in this game was comprehensively no.
Yeah, it was, I mean, straight off, like, I'm sure we'll have replays in a moment. That 4v4 around the Grubs to start the game off, where Tien just picked up 4 kills straight away and just, like, danced around, everyone stacking Conqueror, finding opportunities. Just beautiful to witness. So much fun to watch him dancing around on Lilia. It's always good fun to watch a good Lilia play. Surprisingly low on damage, actually. I thought he'd be much higher up.
Well, the thing is, the damage he did was all in really important moments, because it was less about Swell Seed poke and really late game burning stuff. Most of his damage was about, what, 4,000 or so, probably within the Quadra kill at Ground Grubs. And that was where the game was decided, you know, and Top Esports, real credit to them. We were kind of bemoaning the fact in the break that we had that one really good fight early, and it never really felt like it was competitive after that point, but that's a good thing for Top Esports, because it never really got into the messy fights again. They just kind of cleaned up house, and OMG, I think losing in the Mordekaiser matchup, Xiaofeng falling behind Tien so early on as well, that led to a pretty unwinnable situation for them, where they didn't really have any tools to fight back with. I mean, maybe Angel jumping on Cream, that's the highlight of them, but that's about as good as it gets.
It felt like every time you saw PP God trying to go in on the rail, like, he was so squishy because he was so far behind Top Esports, just getting pretty much instantly one-shot in those fights. And then at that point, it's difficult to come up. Wait, is Tien playing guitar there for a second? I hit the guitar and the music, and then Tien suddenly looked like he was, you know, playing away with a fretboard. Here we go, though. Into jump select. Not going to be playing music here, just going to be playing with the heartstrings of the fans.
I don't know. I wish I had some music puns related to that one as well. But yeah, he strung OMG along very much in that last game. As well, we have switched sides, so Top Esports will be going onto the blue side. They didn't really blow that many S-tier picks. I think that the Tristana and the Leona are really important. You know, Mordekaiser, Lilia, Jhin, you can do without them in Fearless Draft. The fact that they got a win with those picks, and they can still pick the Corki, the Nautilus, a load of... They could even go for Senna Nautilus if they wanted as well. A huge Jaculov pick for them. They're very happy with the picks that they have left up. They didn't lose that much in game number one's draft.
So we'll see what the priority is going to end up being for Top Esports. I'm curious if the Corki gets banned here, or if you just let that go over to Cream. Obviously, Cream already played the Tristana, but you expect him to probably go for the Corki as a first pick. Then again, we've just seen a lot of AP jungle first picks as well in the league, like a surprising amount of just slam the first pick. Nidalee taken off the board, that has been the premier first pickable AP jungler.
And now you can potentially go for Senna Nautilus, you could go for an AP jungler and lock the Corki in later, because of course the Fearless Draft, Top Esports don't have to first pick the Corki if they want it, because OMG can't pick it at all. Pick it later in the draft, you don't have to do that. Pick up something that's actually contested, the Senna. For Jaculov, absolutely disgustingly strong, one of the best Senna players in the entire world, and I feel like when you've got, you now need to probably take the Nautilus away, you need to take that, probably leaves you, what, on Corki second rotation for Top Esports?
I suppose so. Maybe there's an argument for Ziggs if Senna's going to leave the bot lane. You could just wail away on those towers, take some early objectives. I'm a Ziggs gameplay enjoyer at the minute. I'm enjoying the angles that we do see for it.
How far we've come from like season 4 and 5 and 6 only wave clearing. Now he's actually quite a dynamic champion. The thing is, it's not really a starry champion. He much prefers like the big scaling team fighting AD carry. So while this is, I actually think that would have been a good takeaway and a good combo up. I think when you've got the Jinx on the table for starry, it makes a lot of sense. Become the pick.
It does feel like it makes sense, and just a powerful pick in of itself, that Jinx. Did get an ever so slight nerf on this match, but it's peanuts really, not a big one. Angel gonna go for a Yone. Not a pick you typically would think of Angel for, but certainly can do some damage to this Corki. This does feel like somewhat of a skill matchup where we have seen this go both ways if not played correctly. Yeah. But Yone can have a massive impact there.
Yeah, I think we've seen... Yeah, we've definitely seen this go both ways. I think that most of the time the Yone is picked into the Corki, so the Yone player typically feels confident with it. Thing is, now we have lots of AD being dropped across the board from both teams. There's no Rumble to put magic damage in topside. We're going to see a lot of magic damage jungles taken off the table. Brand, probably going to see Zyra, probably see Maokai. OMG, if there was one good magic damage jungle left, will probably fourth pick it and then just force top esports to kind of flex away from that and see if they can find some more magic damage elsewhere in the draft.
That's Zyra ban again. I love it. I love that it has to come on out. It's so funny to me. We've seen so little of it, and yet everyone living in fear of the Plant Queen herself. Maokai taking off. I mean, we've got ban Ivan, right? We've got to get rid of all of the plants.
They just hate agriculture. They just don't like growth. It's steel and metal, and that's it.
Which is ironic because they're so good at farming.
I know, right? They're really good at that. Karthus is left up on the table, so that's the easy one. So top esports, they don't ban away the Karthus, arguably knowing it's going to come through for Chefunk. This is the easy. What have they got left then? They're probably going to have to go towards like an AD kind of bruiser champion instead, I guess, if the Karthus is locked in. I'm so surprised. I mean, I'm surprised at this because top esports can't play the Lilia. They could play the Karthus. If you'd locked in the Karthus, top esports have no AP carry junglers left. That to me feels like a mistake from OMG.
Certainly giving it over, and TN considering it as an option here. I mean, I don't see why not. Yeah, looks it in the end. You've already got the tank down in the bot lane. Why would you pick the Lilia? Is this just not... I mean, like, we're getting used to Fearless Draft now. I get that the Lilia's better for aggressive forward engage and stuff like that, but you could just stop them having any magic damage, you know? This is the first time we see the Karthus from TN. So maybe
he's really bad at it. Maybe they know.
I think that was perhaps a little short-sighted. I will say, this is TN. This is TN's 8th pick of the LPL so far, out of 8 games. TN has not played the same champion twice this entire split so far. In now his 4th series, his 8th game, playing another unique champion.
I don't know. Tian, like, for those that only see the LPL finals and MSI, they're going to have such a different view of Tian from games like this, where, for the last couple of series, Tian has been absolutely monstrous. He's going to have himself another great position again to make game-changing plays. I do think that OMG have themselves a good aggressive Jinx reset comp. You can go forwards with the Nautilus hook, with the Cassandre kind of blocking the front door as well if you're on the back foot. Throw a Jinx ult in and see if you can get a reset. But it does feel like both teams, when it comes to front to back, have an awful lot of damage to bring to bear. I think I would favor top esports. I think the Ornn in the center are really easy to play, and then you've got the Karthus with the globals. You have like 3 big, long-range, big AoE team fight ults to throw into the mix. And I feel like top esports will be very happy to walk away with that.
You'd certainly hope so, wouldn't you? Let's wait and see. Top esports definitely got a lot of... I mean, it's the same combo we talked about earlier with the Corki, Karthus, and then Senna. Plenty of scaling to lean back on. But I don't know if they're just going to lean back on scaling. I feel like they're going to try and bring it to OMG in the way that top esports always seem to. Let's see if this Lilia pick works out for OMG after prioritizing that over the Karthus. And to see how well Xiaofeng is able to pilot that pick to try and make a difference here in the series. Top esports currently 7-0 in games. This would be their 8th in a row and their 4th series won of the split. if they can finish this one out in style. But OMG not going to go down without a fight. It's time to head into game number 2, head on Summoner's Rift. Is that the Chinese commentators coming through the crowd mic, or is that
I think
some
it
dude
is.
on the stage with a microphone?
I was like, wow, that's someone who's got really loud voice.
He's just chatting to the crowd. Just
I have some. There are some really funny memories of like individual fans in the crowd being really, really loud, and like you can pick them out for the crowd mic later on. You're like, huh, that person really likes this player in particular, don't they? It's kind of fun. I appreciate the passion.
It's like when we were sat in the Riot China office in 2020. Be trying to work in quiet, and it was COVID, so not many people would be in.
Right.
And you'd hear Dagda and Hysterics having a conversation from 3 rooms away. Big sets alongs on those guys. Jaculov is moving in behind Angel in the mid lane. What a start to the game. Angel forced out, very aggressive.
Okay.
I mean, Cream's off to the races here.
Oh, he's so happy. And we did say that, like, this matchup in the mid lane is kind of a skill matchup. We've seen it go both ways. Getting this matchup tilted early before Yone gets himself real all-in pressure on the Corki, that's just nasty. Hook's going to miss. PP God goes melee range of them by missing that hook.
And Jaculov immediately, you see him auto-Q PP God and then auto-Starry twice. So his whole goal in that trade is just to get those souls going. And again, 2 more souls, but might trade Mako's life for it. Will survive, and remember, they've got that sustain to work with.
And again, for those of you who think that Jaculov is like the aggressive AD carry, that is very true. He still manages to do that on the Senna. I think that Senna, compared to a couple of years ago, is a much more aggressive laning champion than they used to be. And if you get those those souls stacked up, the extra mists, you can get so powerful so quickly. One of the big complaints about a lot of global Senna players right now is how slow they are at stacking, particularly when lane swaps come through and things get thrown for a loop. Jaculov always has his eye on that objective, and he does a really good job of getting good damage, lane pressure, while still getting that value. And that's going to be a big problem, because these team fights are going to be very much about front to back, and how much value the Jinx and the Senna are both going to put out. I think Jaculov's going to get ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I think you might just be right on that one. We'll have to wait and see. OMG. I fear we're sort of counting them out here on the caster desk, because we've seen this matchup 3 games in the last 4 days. And they've all gone the way of
We've
top
got the tape! We have so much tape!
Like, something has to change pretty dramatically for OMG to win this one, based on what we've seen. But they do have plenty of late game potential, and Xiaofeng wants to influence this top lane to start us off, but not sure he'll get much of an angle. 369 playing with fire a little bit here, but I think he'll be okay. It's not that much damage on the other side. Xiaofeng is going to commit to going for this one. I wonder if 369 is just trying to delay the crab take.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess he's just trying to maybe sort out his wave. It could get frozen on him. I didn't see the exact minion wave state kind of there. Tian on the other side is just kind of, again, helping crash it. He's not really looking to do much there. He's just looking to get himself for a reset. Good trade here from Angel on the other side, though. Misses the Q3, though. That potentially could have forced a flash.
Good little dodge there as Jaculov and Mako continue to trade. And every single time, keep your eyes on Jaculov. Every single one of these trades, look at the way he switches targets to get the souls. They're not looking to win the 2v2. They're looking to just stack.
Yeah. And so, if you're playing Senna in solo queue and you're a Senna main, you're expecting about 100 souls in 20 minutes. In pro, it's more like 21 minutes or so, because you have to do things like a support when you have someone else kind of farming in your lane. You're not just sitting in lane, you're roaming about with your jungle a bit more. So you're expecting about 21 minutes or so. So just keep an eye on that as that kind of goes up to that point. And again, that's the easiest timestamp to really check in on that. He's doing fine so far, again, getting a load of those double taps, and that'll really influence the rest of this game. You need to see if OMG can get something out of this bot lane, get some summoners, get a kill. This is a good start.
On to Mako, that's some big damage, and forcing the flash out. And once again, Jackie Love just hits both of them twice to get those souls going. Steps forward, gets another one on the back of that Q. And now trying to look juicy because here comes TES, and Starry has basically face-checked him, hit by Jackie Love's root as well. That's the cleanse force and the flash from TES, and they'll finish the job just about. Jackie Love with first blood.
What is it with today and like AP farming jugglers getting ganks? 369, he just flashed. I think he's dead.
Yeah, this is an awkward position to be in. Does he have a shield just in time? It's not enough. Xiaofeng's slides in to finish the job.
Okay, I don't know why he's there. Gonna be blunt about that one. You are ganking bot side. We have 3 people there. You know your juggler's not coming to help. Cream also didn't have any abilities to run from mid lane. Shouldn't be there, buddy. So 369, great last game on the Mordekaiser. Not an awesome start on the Skada.
Bit of a weird one. Bit of a weird one.
I feel like it's a very catch-all phrase, which is we use that quite a lot in the LPL, and we're going to continue using it a lot because it's a very good descriptor.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird ones in the LPL. PB God, though, wants to gank Cream in the mid lane. Valkyrie available. He's trying to predict the use of the W, but Cream, nerves of steel.
This man's been forged on the international stage now. We do have Tobias once again contesting early objectives. They love to do this. Tien walking up, not level 6 just yet.
Tien just wants to try and smite the grub, does get one for himself as Angel chucked very low. Jackie Love forced away but does survive, and now 369 slams him into the wall that then Mako uses to find a knock-up. It's 2 kills to Top Esports in trade of 2 grubs.
Oh man, Top Esports. Again, this team is actually quite greedy at contesting for early objectives. Most teams in the LPL would trade early Dragon for early grubs. Not Top Esports. This is what happened. He gets caught on a recall. Fair play to him. He gets caught out there. Flash in to stop that W coming off as well, the X-Styles impact. And yeah, takes a couple of summoners, but they do take down that Scorpion. Those mean they don't have those flashes for the fight just after that. We're going to get a replay of that afterwards. This is going to be that 1 kill. That was an easy one. Again, we said they were cross-mapping at that point. We won't see the fight there. We've got another fight on screen instead.
Oh, Jackie Love's caught. He used his flash and his cleanse in the last play as well. Should go down here. The movement speed.
Oh,
what?
no way.
He actually gets out of that? Look at his face. He's laughing.
Well, you look at this, he has tier 2 boots already, he has Swifties, and he got the slow from the Q, and the movement speed from the E. This dude plays on the edge on the center. Even in the last fight around the grubs, by the way, he face-tanked the Nautilus hook into the Yone combo to make sure that Tien could have a clean fight. This guy, he still somehow makes Senna look like a frontline champion, like all of the other AD carries he does. He is a very unique player.
Yeah, he is. He gets away with a lot. He also has spent years not getting away with a lot to get to the point where he knows what he can get away with. Definitely a player that has done his fair share of limit testing. Gets hooked in and then just manages to somehow get out of that one. So
also got a soul as well, you know, the important stuff.
Worth. So, I mean, it didn't even cost him. It actually is worth, because it didn't cost him a summoner spell, because he didn't have any to use. Probably would have cost him. Do you know, I bet he would have flashed if he'd had it.
It's that one fairly odd parents beam. Here's where I put my flash. If I had one! He uses that very liberally, but again, we will keep track of that because all it takes, and this is often the case with Jackie Love, well, no, less so in the last year or 2 years now at this point. That's actually not fair. I'm going to chastise myself. Normally, in the past, you say, oh, but all he has to do is overstep once and they can be back in the game. He's been really good at playing on the edge. OMG will have to force him to step over the edge at some point. They've really been trying. I think they actually have been good angles they've been looking for. Problem is, every time you slip up against a team like this, which has a very similar composition, front to back, tank front line, long-range back line, you need to make sure you're staying even in gold and active items. If you're losing these early game fights and giving up some of these bits of gold, the game gets harder because functionally you and the enemy team do exactly the same thing at a lot of the times.
Really nice trading in the mid lane from Cream there. Kind of calling Angel's bluff, just stepping away while he wants to stack the passive up there or the split soul. Oh, Rocket!
He's no well turtle.
Entirely. Yeah. I will say quickly as well, Tien, 3 stacks on a Dark Steel. It's always worth just quickly mentioning the Dark Steel in the inventory, especially when it's on a Karthus.
Yeah, I think in this kind of game too, I mean, there is some chance that you do get zoned out as the Karthus or you die as the first person into the play. Might see Cream Dive, he's churning up huge damage. Remember, they have Karthus ult now, they can finish off any of these big trades.
Yeah. But I do just want to, hang on, no time. All out in the top side, 369. Get chased down by Harry here. And Harry in a good spot. Oh, but the Karthus ult, and the railgun on top. 369 sets it up and finishes it off.
There is always a bigger fish, and this time it's TN in the jungle. It feels like, again, OMG just don't account for the extras coming in from the globals. The center Karthus both on target. Well, Karthus doesn't need really any aiming for that one, but Jakilov zeroes in on the target. And OMG, they needed to be so careful about the big trades. There was every chance those globals would come in.
And now Starry getting comboed by Mako. We've seen Orns get solo kills onto AD carries very recently in the LPL, so you can't ever count that potential option out.
Mako solo killed APA on Aurelion Sol as well in MSI. Just throwing that one in there. It feels like Mako, of all of the Ornn support players, is the bloodthirsty one. This guy was flashing under turret to get himself kills. He's very happy to do that one. Harry bluntly just forgets that there are other ultimates in play. I get you are seeing a very low mana and not great kind of items scan at this point in the game. You think you have an angle, but great Ixtal's impact into the ultimate from Karthus as well. Massively turns around. I just don't think they told...
Mako's dead. PP God will survive. Yeah, great combo of the stun and then Jakilov ults as the stun hits to guarantee the damage coming out from the railgun there. Nice little combo for top esports, and honestly, like, I feel like this is the kind of thing that really separates the top teams in the LPL from the rest of the group, is like the forethought that, you know, we've got this composition with global ultimates and actually setting up plays using those global ultimates, not just reactively ulting, but actually setting up for a play.
And I think top esports, again, with the addition of Maokai to the coaching staff, even with someone like Xier as well coming in to kind of like role support the mid lane of Cream coming in as a positional coach, I think it's really helped the team's overall understanding, particularly in early game, of the teams that have played very early game focus so far in the LPL. I think top esports have looked like the best so far in groups. That might not stay up until the groups later on. Teams tend to ramp up. Let's see if it was just a 1v3 dive. Tries to clear out that boss side. Did have the spellbook. Did he use the barrier from the spellbook there? I think he might have done just at the end.
I think he just did then, yeah.
Yeah, it was easy enough kill though. Clears out the wave. Just a bit of a cross map.
It's a nice punish from OMG. Good to see them still getting something on the map here. 2,000 gold lead for top esports. And once again, the group situation, very top esports favored. The Dragon situation, top esports favored. You mentioned it earlier, this is not a team that likes to trade those objectives. They just like to have all of them.
And they do actually, on the whole, tend to get them right now. Now, of course, they are the top dog in this group. They came in as the Pool 1 team. They haven't played up against our other presumed top teams from the LPL, and they might get punished for this, maybe against some harder opposition. But if they can keep this up and genuinely contest early game for both objectives, both sides of the map, we'll see how much they can get off of that. There's going to be a slow hit. That's going to be Chomper's landing.
Yeah, Mako W to deny the hook there. Depth charge going to come on through shield for Mako. Fun goes forward, Rocket finishes, and that's all she wrote. Tien can't arrive in time. Nice play from OMG.
And that's a really good timing window to do that. Cream was hit by the small seed in mid lane too, but just a bit too far pushed up. And we did say that top esports had done a really good job of setting up for using their big ultimates. Karthus wasn't quite in time for that one. Cream, though, knowing that there's no real roam coming towards him, will continue to... Oh my word, Cream's very far ahead in mid lane. We haven't even talked about that. Cashed in the Cull. Load of pressure here. This was meant to be a counter pick matchup in mid lane, by the way.
How is he like 1,500 gold up individually?
I'm trying to figure that out. Plates, Cull, kill. That's still a lot. Go back to replay on bot side though.
Too much, but
yeah, I mean this is just a really good use of tools in this bot side. They were too pushed up. They have Karthus on the same side of the map, so they think they're on the strong side. Karthus can't get there in time though, so it's kind of a bit of a false positive in terms of that. Kind of that side. But yeah, he's only 10 CS ahead of mid lane. More important things. How has this mid lane lead happened?
You've got 2 plates, which is like 250 gold. You've got a Cull,
a little bit more than
gold.
that nowadays.
You've got kill and an assist.
But even then,
10 CS lead. I mean, I guess it's just lots of small.
Oh, first strike as well,
like
and he has first strike. He's taken the first strike, so that'll help with it too. Yeah, so he's been propping that on bullet.
Lots and lots of small leads that are accumulating into an absolutely massive lead.
Yeah, we see Halo Blades, we see, I mean, that's going to be something. I don't think much is going to happen here. There's no gank for his top side, but yeah, I mean, Cream, I was wondering what was going to... Okay, no, it is a big trade top side.
369 going to actually go for the ultimate. Oh, he's not. He's ignoring the tower. And Requiem comes out once again. 369 is not having any of this. I love these Skarner setups.
So do I. And remember, when it came to pick 4 in the draft, where OMG could have taken the Karthus and the top esports couldn't have taken the Lilium, they wouldn't have had one of these AP carry junglers for Tien. I think they'll be thinking that's a mistake now. We called it a mistake at the time. I think it's quite obvious it is that now. OMG maybe kind of forgetting some of the ins and outs of the Fearless drafts, and Tien, I mean, he's on track towards, bluntly, another MVP if this game continues the same way, and that's not to write OMG off. This is just kind of showing the real prowess of top esports right now. When they have leads, they are so strong. They haven't dropped a game yet so far. We'll see if OMG can maybe get something towards bot side. He's going to teleport out, so it's going to be Tower, and that's it.
The Swill Seed spots him so they can see that he has dipped out of dodge. That will be a bot lane tier 1 tower, but it's in trade of 2 towers on that top side. Not great for the side of OMG, and actually a bit of pressure on this mid lane tier 1 as well. I don't know if they'll be able to finish that one, but they'll certainly try. Xiaofeng in the area, but 280 carries hitting on the tower, and Mako just blocking Xiaofeng so he can't get a Swill Seed. It is going to be a tier 1 in the mid lane as well. Top esports, their objective game is so far beyond OMG's.
They use the Herald top lane as well. Almost every Herald you'll see right now is used mid lane. Well, okay, in LPL sometimes it's used for taxi driving too. But on the whole, mid lane is where you put Herald to destroy towers, because taking mid lane tier 1 is quite hard. Ever since the change away from the early Herald where you could drop 2 Heralds, both Shelly and Shirley, into that mid lane outer, you could kill that tower easily. You can't do that as well now, but they dropped a top lane anyway, got the top lane in a turret, forced mid lane anyway, got that in. Top esports are so far ahead of the game right now, they might lose 369 on bot side. Swell Seed missing makes that unlikely now. And again, they're just so far ahead of OMG in the macro game.
This is, oh, he's got 520 gold first strike.
Yeah, that's your gold lead.
Minutes. He's got 520 gold for first strike. Do you know, when we were talking about it before, I'd seen the Triforce and I kind of just, oh, Angel. He's going to have to ult. Will get himself out to safety. I'm not sure Jackalov has missed a route this game, honestly. Seems to just be homing. But yeah, I saw the Triforce and I instantly thought it would be Fleet. We've seen a lot of Fleet Corki with the Triforce. I've got to say, I much prefer the first strike.
He just got another first strike there too, for those that care. You know, he's going to be slightly more than 500 now. I mean, we've seen what? Fleet, we've seen Halo Blades. I've actually not seen this much at all, but I'm liking it if you get the free lane. I mean, it helped that Jackalov, you know, ganked him at level 1, but I'm liking it right now.
Yeah, we've seen like a smattering of it. There's been the occasional, but I felt like it's not felt like the mainstay right now, but I feel like it will become the mainstay if this is what it looks like on average. 1,500 gold lead mid feels pretty good for Cream. Overall, things are looking hunky-dory for the side of top esports. I want to go back to a conversation we were having before of this Dark Seal for Tien. I wasn't sure if we were going to have a little fight over the blue buff then. Dark Seal for Tien, though. Obviously, we see a lot of Dark Seal on AP carries, like, makes sense, a very high-value item. But typically, the layman's view of Karthus is go in,
you die
big boom, die, ult, right? Doesn't really work if you go for a Dark Seal.
He's probably just going to ult now. Yeah, I think he's just going to ult. He's probably going to get himself a load more stacks. He's in his own jungle, by the way. Doesn't get the kill, but again, that's the threat. All of these ults coming in from top esports mean that it's so easy for them to walk forwards. I mean, this might be a death here. That's a bad recall.
Or is it? He's playing Skarner! Just rolls away. There is no such thing as a bad recall when you're playing Skarner.
Dude, he died in the one death of the game to a bad recall earlier, by the way.
We don't talk about that.
Right, okay. He's, yeah, no bad recalls. Besides that.
Fantastic.
The hilarious thing there is that we saw the replay of Starry stopping Tien's back with one ult, and then in live we saw another one, so it was like some weird case of a double ult jinx. He's really been trying to get something from this jinx, and we did say, you know, maybe they could have gone towards the Ziggs for Starry. He's just much more of a jinx player. He does have himself a point of power in this game. I'm going to find it quite hard to believe he'll be able to influence the game in the time span he really wants to, though. This is going to be the problem there. Starry, by the time he comes online with realistically 3 items with an infedge, he's stopping off with the Lord Dominus Regards to kill the front line. I feel like top esports will have got them to the point where they're forcing Baron against them, they're forcing him across the map. He's going to have to buy a lot of time, or his team's going to have to buy time for him, really, to get good value out of this.
Angel being charged at by 369. Every other time we've seen this, immediately ults have flown across the map. Angel could be in serious danger, even though that's only a Skarner. Don't let that fool you. Harry let that fool him twice.
True. Right, Dragon's up. We've got OMG trying to go through this choke point. They don't want to get cut off at the pass here. Mako standing in front. Watch out for those big ultimates again. If they take a front to back, the order ult's going to be huge.
TP's coming in, but the Drake's already taken, and now Call of the Forge got across the team as well, but they don't really get much purchase. Stun against the wall, Will. And then the pincers come on in. Xiaofeng turns golden, but there's no way out of that one. A couple more stacks for TN as he continues to rampage through this game.
And, you know, OMG, they do their best to retreat through different paths, so the Ornal doesn't get that value we were just saying could have happened. But, I mean, the sad thing at the end of the day is that they just spectate Dragon going down. Again, it's Safari League of Legends, where if you look out of your left window, you'll see a Dragon dying to top esports, and they don't do anything about it, and they still lose one on the retreat, despite the fact that it could have been a much worse fight. This is a huge net negative. They don't get anything back for it.
To be fair, if it is Safari League of Legends, they would have some serious legal problems if they did anything about it.
Angel?
Angel gets flashed away by Jagular, and then CC'd. Oh, how did that not work? It looked so good. And now Harry left to try and flee. Requiem from the skies. It's another for TN, and 10 stacks on top.
Oh, that library card for the eventual... Well, we might even see a rare Magi on this card. It's kind of rare to see it because he normally just dies too much in the big late game fights. Tien doesn't care about that. He's not going to be using his passive this game. And we did say OMG giving the early gold lead over to a top esports team that looks so good at snowballing, so good at setup. It was going to be dangerous because the team compositions do very similar things. They have the tanky front line. They're playing front to back with AP carry junglers and a little bit of dive threat from the rest of the team put in across it. And it feels like OMG, they try and play for the flank when they know some of those cooldowns are down, but it's so hard to group up when you've been forced back so hard. Great response from 369 to protect his AD's carry. He's one of the best peeling top laners in the whole history of League of Legends, and that's not an understatement. He absolutely saves Jaculov's life there. The Starry goes down from incidental damage on the other side of it.
There must have been a single frame between Jaculov flashing and Angel's ult going through there. That couldn't have been any closer. But I just want to quickly point out while we've got it on the scoreboard, TN 4-0-4, counterplay not found. Cream found on the top side though. He's getting some good damage down onto Angel, flashes himself. Angel chases it over the wall and finally gets an ult to stick.
Alright, so Cream can't quite match the 1v3 of 369 from game one, but he does get himself decent amount of damage down before he falls. It's a good damage check to see how powerful he is. Good kill by OMG on the side lanes, though. It's nice for them to just be able to stop some of the setup coming in from top esports. Also, while they didn't have all of the globals available, they didn't have the Karthus ult. They did have the center ult, I think, just off a cooldown, but wasn't pulled through just in time. Sadly, though, they commit themselves very hard there, and there is actually a genuine objective in this game to get farm onto the Karthus. He gets himself a Raptor camp while OMG are resetting off of the back of that last play, and we know how strong this guy is already.
He actually just flashes straight onto Tien to try and get this damage down, but he's just going to die. And in the meantime, Starry has just been obliterated by an Ornate Skarner. Tien still going somehow. The stacks! No, the stacks! Xiaofeng takes them, but the Requiem still comes through anyway. Xiaofeng said packing PB card is not too low. He's not too low. He's okay.
Alrighty, so they kill themselves. Cream in top side. And then Tien and Jaculov on bot side. Xiaofeng, he's been retreating for a while, but Skarner doesn't like the thought of that. Probably going to close this down, even with the move speed coming through.
Let's see. The watch out eat gets him out to safety. Xiaofeng walking
Alright,
away.
fair play.
3 seconds till Jaculov. He's got his railgun available. Surely takes the shot. The observers thought it was going to happen too. I can't believe he didn't take the shot.
You thought it, the spectators thought it, maybe it was like, maybe not. He's going to get himself back to base plate and maybe get himself enough healing. Couldn't quite get that kill. Anyway, a minute till Dragon. Got ourselves Baron spawned as well. Tien, with the amount of gold he's had throughout this game, very close to a death cap. Surely getting that within the next minute or two. Even though OMG get themselves a couple of kills over the last phase of play, haven't really managed to get deep vision in or great wave push into getting themselves good entrance into one of these objectives. Tien's still farming up the storm. So OMG, they break a momentary amount of pressure, but they can't quite get the chokehold they need to maybe force top esports into a bad objective setup, which could genuinely get them a good team fight win.
And we've got a fun scoreboard today as well. We had 404 for TN. We've got Spartan 117, Jackie the Master Chief, signing in from the bottom lane. But Baron on the cards now.
It's
And,
like, sir, permission to leave the Baron pit. What, to give the enemy team comp back their railgun? He's going to be firing across the map. We'll see how well he flies for a brick.
let's see. OMG, they're going to need a Scarab at this rate if they want any chance at a fight. Starry knocked up railgun in. Look at the long-range obliteration from
5 seconds on Carthus.
Esports. And Starry, he's trying to walk away with his life. The Requiem, 3, 2, 1, and there we go. See you later, Starry.
And it's the Prophet laser coming from the sky. It really wasn't fair. OMG, they didn't get that setup around the objectives even after those kills. They got close to it. Credit to them for getting a couple of kills against the run of play. But we said it was going to be difficult. Top Esports, they have themselves a really good gold lead, and they've been playing out so excellently when they're ahead. They do give up a dragon. OMG will be able to claim themselves an Infernal Dragon and stop Soul Point coming through from Top Esports. But as you saw, a whole host of items being fired up on the left-hand side of your screen from those resets. Top Esports, they just got themselves a whole host of gold and a Baron to push in with the items they just bought.
This is looking close to over right now. And I just want to point out on the theme of Halo, the little first strike orb, not that different to the Guilty Spark.
3 for 3 Guilty Spark?
Yeah, if you ask me, looks pretty similar. Maybe it's only pretending to be an ally. Oh, spoilers!
Oh no, wow. Incredible.
Yeah, look, I mean,
this one's not a spoiler. We'll save you the trouble for this one. It's just everyone pressing their ultimate buttons and all of the, again, the orbital artillery. We saw it just ticking down the card assault, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Starry just couldn't get the recall in time and couldn't get that heal off. Starry picked the Jinx in to try and get himself a, you know, a good team fight carry. The team fights have just not been anything close to stable from OMG. They got too far behind too early, and Top Esports, this has been a clean as heck series from them.
it really has. I'm going to be honest, it's not really felt like OMG have had any way in throughout this series. PP God gets a hook, but here comes 369 from the side, just going to deny entry, and Angel goes in alone once more. The rest of the team not allowed in. The lasers fly. That's half a Starry's health. That's ridiculous. Double for Cream as they look for more as well. Mako flashing to try and find kills. That's how you know they're confident. They don't even need a second in here, but they're just going to try and end the game. Top Esports, the last time they played OMG, they won both games, but it felt a little bit dicey, it felt a little bit messy. This time around, it is clean as hell. TN still surviving, I believe, one death all game long as Jackie grabs himself a double. Make it two! He doubles his deaths as the game ends.
I don't think he'll care about that one. He has sent Top Esports on a great journey towards the Nexus, and OMG have been left in the ashes, glassed by the ultimates of Top Esports time after time. It was not close. This series wasn't close. They played each other on Wednesday. Even then was closer in that 2-0. There were some scrappy fights, and OMG, credit to them for, again, turning up to brawl, but I just think that Top Esports are ahead in the objectives game. They're ahead on an individual play. They were humbled at MSI, but they are back rolling into gear, back regionally.
Absolute domestic domination. 8 games, 8 wins. 4 series, 4 wins. Flawless from Top Esports so far. And TN, a different jungler in every single one of those games. 8 champions so far this split, and 100% win rate on each of them. And to be honest, might just be looking at another MVP. That's a quadra MVP if he does get it.
I think that it's a pretty solid shot. Maybe you could go towards Jackulov on the center as well, because, oh my word, he did a lot of damage. And had, again, he was threading the needle really, really well in this game. Top Esports, they're an exciting team to watch right now. We said that they needed to kind of level up from MSI. We don't really get to tell if that leveling up will happen at the top end of their game. But the way that they're playing right now in terms of like the early objectives and how they're actually contesting Grubs and the Dragon, knowing that they have the tools to win, that's very exciting to see. Not many teams in the LPL are doing that right now. They'll trade one for the other. I think that this is a hallmark of TN where he's like, no, I want all of the objectives. You don't understand. It's my pride as a jungler. I've got to do this. And it feels like the whole team is willing to play towards that, and they're getting so many rewards for it.
I think that's the big thing that separates Top Esports from a lot of other teams is like, TN isn't just going in the game and saying, I'm going to try and take some objectives today. The whole team is going into the game and saying, we're getting TN every single blue buff on this damn map, and there's nothing they can do about it. Just taking those on repeat, taking the grubs on repeat, taking the drakes as well simultaneously. Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from Top Esports, and it's clear that, like you say, the whole team is singing from the same hymn sheet, you know, like these guys are on the same page, and it's really beautiful to watch.
It is, and you know, of the teams we are seeing playing right now in the LPL, Top Esports is the one which I'm enjoying the most to watch play. I do think that a lot of the teams in this group have a lot of soul searching to do, and I think that Top Esports are clearly a very strong team, so there is a difference in power levels there. But as they go through to, I mean, presumably they must have locked. I think they're very close, if not have guaranteed themselves top 2 in this group now. It's getting close to it. When we see them against the other top teams in the LPL, I need to see whether this style, which can be construed as greedy, they have had some moments where they've contested and maybe got a little too far. I need to see whether they can pull this off against the best teams. But as it stands, this team looks fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's technically, by the same logic of OMG, possible. Maybe just game difference locks them, actually. I think they are locked. I think they are locked in. They are happy with that one. TN, top of the damage numbers, not too surprising there. Fantastic bit of gameplay coming out from Top Esports here today. And I mean, what more is there to say aside from just waxing lyrical about how insanely good Top Esports are right now?
Part of me wants to just once again hit on the fact that OMG could have denied the Karthus. Like, they couldn't play the Lilia Top Esports, they played that in the first game. This is the part of the Fearless draft where you could have said, look, maybe the Lilia fits your team composition better, but imagine what they could have removed by locking in the Karthus and Top Esports not having that AP carry jungler for TN. I think that would have really changed the game, and I think that OMG maybe missed a beat on that draft, but you know, again, serious credit for Top Esports. There is an art form to saying you have made a mistake, this is how you punish it, because there are always smaller to larger mistakes that are made at any point. It's very hard to have a cleanly perfect game across the entirety of League of Legends series. Going back through the highlights of this team, this is what we're saying about contesting the early objectives. Very few teams are contesting with a level 5 Karthus around, like, grubs. Like, that just doesn't happen right now.
Cream just chasing down kills as well as they try and escape. I mean, this was... The fact that this happened twice is so funny to me. Like, 369 sets it up on Harry, and then again, a couple of minutes later, finds a similar opportunity.
And you know, OMG, they did find some moments to fight back. This was an overextension from the bot lane of Top Esports. Even though the Karthus was heading towards them, they didn't quite get the timing right, so they did end up getting picked off in a momentary 2v3. And then there were a couple of kills back-to-back on solo laners a little bit later on as well when Cream got caught out in the side lane. But on the whole, OMG, they never won a fair fight. You could argue there never was a fair fight because of the gold lead, but when it came down to just squaring up to the big objectives, it was never really in question. And yeah, Top Esports walk away with a really, really confidence-building result.
I mean, these team fights, so good at denying Angel. I feel like there was one time Angel really got to commit to an ultimate, and that was on that 3v1 against Cream on the top side. Aside from that, every time Angel tried to go for an all-in, the whole gang would turn around, peel for Jackula, peel for TN, and make sure these carries could get away. As I say that, we watched Jackula get absolutely annihilated, but...
This is like the one moment where that's actually not... That's the one moment where that's not relevant to. Any other highlight, you would have been completely on the money. And yeah, just look at this again. As soon as it's like any fair fight, how does Starry play the game? Like the Ornn ult, the Senna ult, there is a reason why Senna Ornn is still completely fine when you don't have Senna Nautilus. And there's a reason why we're not seeing the Senna Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench can't do stuff like this. And yeah, you got the cooldown of Karthus coming up midway through the fight to add insult to injury. Starry not even able to pop off his ult towards the end. OMG, they were just bluntly outclassed today. And it's great to see that Top Esports haven't been cowed by MSI. I think they've been humbled. I think they've grown from it, and we need to see that coming. Need to see how that goes again through the next stage of the tournament. We finally get towards playoffs as well. That'll be where we start seeing how much this growth really matters at the top of the table. Yeah. I'm glad they haven't just been knocked for 6 and mentally just discombobulated after getting knocked out by G2 at MSI. That's not a result they would have wanted. This is a lot of growth we need to see continue from.
I do think that this team has kind of the maximum potential available for Top Esports, right? Like, this is a team, this is a roster that you can believe could win something internationally. But we need to see that develop. We need to see that, like, you know, at the end of spring, things start to fall apart a bit. When it comes to finals, they seem to struggle to knot that together. When it comes to internationals, they seem to struggle. This is the opportunity now, this split, to try and develop, try and improve, and try and get to that point where they really are a contender for those trophies. Because, I mean, with a roster like this, the amount of budget that must have gone into this roster, like, you expect this to be a team that's contending for those trophies. We'll see if it can be.
Start of last year, when they had the rookie roster as well, even though they lost, you know, they'd lost Knights, that was still considered to be a super team potential. Because, I mean, yes, I know Tien has had, like, his finals and his international worries, but regionally, for the roster they had last year, that was also probably just about a super team. Top lane with Wayward and Qingtian, that didn't work out, sure. But at the start of the year, that was the conversation. And they couldn't find things with that roster. To have 2 years back-to-back where they were sat there and actually not making finals, in terms of, or rather just the 1 year of that, and then finally making it back with this roster, they are still really trying to piece together, again, that next step, which they haven't reached. They haven't had a title for a little while now, and that is the legacy of Top Esports. They are meant to be one of these finalist championship teams. With a roster like this, they have to strike gold at some point. You have to hear it for this team. You have to see if they can do it.
We'll have to see. Only time will tell. Let's take a look at our MVP and find out if Tien is in fact
quad
a
MVP.
Quadra MVP. Fantastic stuff to see. That Karthus looking fantastic. I mean, Dark Seal Karthus that got to 10 stacks. You don't see that every day, do you?
No, you don't. Well, not every jungler's Tien. I think quite clearly LPL loves the AP jungle meta more than any other region in the world, and players like Shun and Tien have really adapted to this as well. I think that Tien has looked fantastic, as you called out. He's playing loads of different champions. I don't think that's showing much sign of stopping. We'll probably see some revisits to that now when he has to go back towards the AP junglers that he's already played before for a lot of these games. But this guy has been absolutely on form, and again, this guy had such a disappointing MSI for his own standards. He kind of needed this to, again, get himself on that right track and not get derailed.
And I tell you what, he's had a really rough MSI. He's come back. He's now #1 in the league for MVPs, just overtaking Rookie today, who's sat on 4. Tien with 4 in a row here. Cream just got the most recent one, then he got the one before, so almost 5 in a row. But let's take a look at our results today as we round things out. It's not even 2 o'clock here in the UK. This has been a fast day of League of Legends. Top Esports 2-0 OMG, LNG 2-0 R8. That first series, not quite as clean as the scoreline would dictate, but still, you know, if you came in and you hadn't watched anything from this split, these would be your expected results from the Orcs.
Yeah. And you know, first time they faced off, Raratum took a 2-1 versus LNG. LNG at least managing to fix some of the leaks in the hull of the ship they're sailing right now, because they are not looking particularly watertight. They are going to have to level up if they ever think about competing with Top Esports at the top of this group. Tomorrow, though, I think EDG, FPX, actually actually both of these now, quite important, because OMG RA quite close to their own standings. And EDG beat FPX, and they're looking like they have shaken off some of the curse of the Doom Squad of spring.
Yeah, that EDG versus FPX rematch is going to be a really interesting one to watch, and crucial when it comes to making it out of that group. Remember, Group A, still very much all to play for. JDG are probably going to make it out. Whether it's EDG or FPX remains to be seen. We'll have to wait and see, and as you say, the continuation of Group C to follow. Definitely plenty to be watching for tomorrow. I'm really excited about FPX versus EDG, though. To me, like, that is a matchup that might just decide Group A, so you do not want to miss it. We'll see you there tomorrow in chat. But until then, I've been Munchables, that's been Nightmare. I realise I'm doing a very fast throw here, and I've done that before. Production told me off, so I'm going to fill a little bit now. And then
use your words. Got to meet the word count for your essay.
Just throw some words in quickly. Yeah, we'll see you there in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.